Hello and welcome to the grand finals of the IPL 500 today on this beautiful Sunday. I'm joined by Silent, my co-commentator here on the desk. How are we doing, man?
Doing all right. Early-ish morning here for myself, but with an exciting grand finals like we have right here, it's absolutely worth getting up and going for it. How about yourself?
Doing really good as well. I'm beyond excited after the semifinals yesterday where we had so many good storylines develop. I cannot wait to see how it plays out, how the players showed up today. We're gonna jump right into the data section of the pregame show right here before we're gonna start our first games in about 15, maybe 10 minutes. Okay, and here we are. We're gonna start with the schedule, upcoming tournaments. If you want to also compete or if you want to have even more streams to view, it's gonna be every Saturday and Sunday in November. So right now we are at the last tournament in October, the IPL 500. And then in November we have IPL 1000, IPL 500, and another IPL 1000 with so much money on the line. You can see it right here on screen. Then we have the final call where competitors can grab their last ticket for the World Finals. And then most likely in December we have the World Finals with $150,000 on the line. And I cannot wait for this next month.
Absolutely. November is going to be incredible. I know I say it every single stream, but just there's so much stakes crammed into 1 month. It is just incredible. Whether you be a newcomer or veteran, it's an exciting time.
Exactly. Here in the Illuvium Pro League, quickly a recap. I know we have talked about this yesterday, but we're still gonna explain it again today. We have the IPL 500 today with 48 players coming from the sit and go qualifiers. So this is an open qualifier. Anyone can show up at the time slot, just play ranked games, and if you play good enough, you're going to be able to qualify for the big stage, for the tournament. And the top 16 tournament players in ranking got straight an invite into the tournament. We are at day 2 right now, so at the bottom left, you see we are just getting into best of 5 games today, and whoever is leading in score after these 5 games will be crowned our grand champion.
Yeah, awesome getting the best of 5 in there. And with so many variables with regions and new patches and whatnot, it just means more and more Illuvium for us to watch here with these top players.
Exactly. And these top players are today competing for $5,000. First person gets 1,500, second 700, all the way down to 40th place is still in the money. But all 64 players that were qualified for the IPL 500 are going to be earning IPL points. And
absolutely, and with of course that world final right around the corner, and with the fact that I think we'll take a look at the leaderboard in a little bit, we'll see that every point counts, considering that 48th spot is extremely doable or extremely reachable.
Exactly. Here we see the IPL leaderboard. So this comes from all the tournament points that players have accumulated. We see our reigning champion right now, Fishy. He sits on 420 points. Great number to sit at, and a big gap to second place right now with Web3 Gaming at 300. All of these players here are definitely qualified for the World Championship already, but they still want to show up and compete. And Fishy here is one of the only, or actually the only person that I see right here in the top 10, top 11 that has made it in today's finals.
Yeah, it'll be absolutely exciting. I'm sure we'll go over the lobby in a couple of minutes here, but yeah, the fact that there's only a chance at one repeat winner here today, and it happens to be the person leading the entire IPL. Fair enough, really showing their strength here as we take a look at the cut line of sorts here at the IPL. Of course, top 48 get in. CFGD currently holding that 48th spot with 12 points, which is fantastic. However, 12 points, you can get that in the weekend, just any given weekend, and you could be going to the finals.
Exactly. Top 48 make it into the World Championship. And as you can see, yeah, you just need one or a few decent, maybe top 20s, top 15, something like this, a few in a row in the IPL tournaments that are coming up, and you are in the World Championship. And then you still have the final call to qualify. All of this has open qualifiers again, so feel free to try your luck with the best of the best here. And talking about the best of the best, Here they are. These are the semifinals results from yesterday. And everything you see in green are the top 4 of the lobbies, which are today in the grand finals, the top 8.
Yeah, I feel bad because I definitely got to curse a couple of these players going into their matches yesterday. I had made the comment during introductions that, oh yeah, Lynx, Narkesh, they've been in basically every final that they've participated in. They're gonna make it in. And then in crazy fashion, we have quite the mix-up. For Lobby 1 in particular, Slooper making it into their second grand finals in a row. Karabasov, I believe, also finding multiple grand finals appearances. Hollow getting up there. Frodo, if this is not their first, it's their first in a while, I do believe. But again, Fox Spirit barely missing. Lynx, again, tiebreaker, missing out. Narkesh missing out. Gazera, a lot of finalists. Winners in IPL, just missing out.
Yes, sir. It's a very interesting competitive field here that we have today. Let's actually have a closer look at some of the top 8 players that we have right here. So starting with Hollow, one of the most dedicated players in the rank leaderboard, also making it today into the grand finals. I know, Silent, you weren't counting on him to make it today. But
no, I was pleasantly surprised. Like, I don't want to make it seem like it was a dig at Hollow by any means, but there was a few times so far in the IPL, like I was describing yesterday, where they would lead a lobby, they would shoot up and do like very, very strongly, and then all of a sudden just fall off a cliff and unfortunately miss out.
Yeah.
I'm very, very happy the reverse commentator's curse kind of happened because I called it out and then he showed me wrong, which I'm totally okay with. Good on you, Hollow. The way to go. But
yes, sir.
Yeah, making it into grand finals, and I had to chuckle a little bit. Bluntly, favorite thing in Illuvium. Money.
Yes. So quickly going here, the player profile from Hollow, 29 from Romania. And his previous competitive experience is with Legends of Runeterra, competitive play there, and a Grandmaster in TFT, which is very hard to achieve, like the, I don't know, the top 0.1% or whatever it might be. The favorite thing in Illuvium is money. So he is here for the money. He is here to earn a living by gaming, which is, I think, every player's dream, or has been every player's dream at some point when we were younger, at least. And then the second biggest talent that I asked him, what after gaming, what is there? And most had a hard time coming up with it. So most of these answers are a little bit on the fun side, right? So don't take it too serious. And his second biggest talent is ruining my sleep schedule.
Fair enough. I feel that.
Yes, sir. I think we all will have had experience quite with that a little bit. Coming to the next player here, Hoshi from Atlas. He's 21 years young, from Russia. He has played Fortnite competitively, Overwatch, high ranked, and Illuvium is actually his first auto battler. His favorite thing in Illuvium is a little mix up. His favorite thing in Illuvium is bonding, and he would likes to see a return of choosing your weapon affinity and class more freely. So right now we get a 1 out of 3 pick'ems, and he would like it to go back to where he actually just chooses his weapon for sure.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people would probably, at least on the player side of things, would probably rather that. However, in terms of like diversity in the game, though, it would probably immediately shut down. Everybody would, in this instance, would probably all be picking the fire fighting weapon, for example, and we would see a lot of repetitiveness. But I definitely understand wanting to have that. And Gun Hoshi for making the grand finals here today.
Yes, sir. Big shout out to him.
One other thing. How do you go the polar opposites? Fortnite and Overwatch are incredibly fast-paced, like FPS titles. How are you able to focus going from one of those going into an auto battler where it's much slower, much more not well, I mean, obviously Fortnite and Overwatch are strategic in their own right, but such a polar opposite. But I'm glad to see them picking it up nicely.
Yeah, I think, well, he's still 21, so it's not the case of me, because I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike, and at one point you cannot compete with the young kids anymore with FPS shooters, so it was a natural decline for me. Yeah, but yes, I think it's just such a cool thing, auto battlers or strategy games in general, that you don't need the mechanics, you don't need reactions, you just need like brain power, more or less. And I think that's just a cool concept in gaming in general, similar to chess and stuff like this, right?
Absolutely. Granted, seeing how many times some of these players in the finals move their alluvials at the last possible second and actually get everything in the right place. I don't know
Yep.
about you. There's so many times I just crash and burn trying to do a last minute move.
Yeah, there's definitely some mechanics still involved. And then to finish up here, Hoshi's player profile here, he likes drawing, or he's good at drawing. His second biggest talent after gaming, his favorite thing, drawing and basketball, which I think is a
Very nice.
great outlet compared to gaming. Basketball outside, drawing, artistic, and stuff like this. So yeah, good on him. I don't know if we can get through all the player profiles, but otherwise we will have something to look forward to in the breaks between the games. Because in a few minutes, I think we're going to be booting up the first game. So stay tuned for that, guys. Until then, we're going to check out the next player profile right here with Amafishy from Hype, 21 years young as well, from Eastern Europe. He's not a newcomer to the scene. We have seen a few different player profiles from him at this point. His previous competitive experience also coming from shooters, PUBG, Valorant, and then Hearthstone, also listed here as a strategy game. Then his favorite thing in Illuvium is his victory at the IPL 1000, of course.
It was pretty epic, I won't lie.
Yes, sir. And then second biggest talent after Illuvium, he is listing mathematics and logic.
Oh, fair enough. Takes the brain power kind of translates from the strategy point of things, at least.
Yeah, you gotta be good at those probabilities, mathematics. Like, you have to have a decent understanding of that if you really want to make it to the top stage in games like Illuvium, or I think here is a good comparison to poker as well, where oftentimes the right decision is I can't find my words here, but the 51% win rate, right? Even though it doesn't win you this play right now on a big sample size, you're gonna pull ahead, and that's something really hard, I think, to with all these different things in an auto battle that come into play. It's not just rock, paper, scissors, right?
Exactly. I think I heard Slicks on his stream kind of talking something very, very similar, where you have to go by the mathematical play, but sometimes the mathematical play is still going to have you lose. And like, in terms of consistency and in long-term play, like, you should in theory be rewarded. And in a big tournament setting like this, it definitely makes sense to go that way.
Yeah, 100%. Siko Perico here in chat is asking, who are you cursing today, Salon?
Well, here, let me bring it, or if you have the opportunity, is bring up the lobbies once again. I never went over lobby number 2 yet.
Yeah.
But I want to see exactly who I can curse here today. Well, actually, let's see. Of course, we went over lobby 1, of course, of being a Slooper, Kiribas, Hollow Hype, and OLA's Frodo. But we did not mention, of course, earlier. But of course, I'm Fishy led that one. Selfless, for their first appearance in the grand finals, is going to be here from Team Guild. Hoshi, as we mentioned earlier. And then one player in the overall IPL standings, I'm sure, is loving the fact that they're having a great run here today. Lemko, or Element KO, from Team Atlas. They were like 43rd on the overall IPL global leaderboard. So a big finish here today would do them wonders to securing that grand finals appearance, or end of season, the world finals appearance. And here's what I'm going to say. I'm a Fishy's my prediction to win this thing based off of experience and experience, past wins, and playing under pressure. Does this curse them? If it does, it means we have a new winner. I'll take those odds.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it's that you're trying to curse I'm a Fishy, because everyone else will be a first-time IPL winner. So I think the crowd is stacked against I'm a Fishy. Let us know in chat what you think. Who is going to win today out of these top 4 of each lobby? Like, we're going to combine them now into one lobby, and actually the players are already in game. We're going to join them in a second. My bet for today is going to stay the same as yesterday. I'm going to go with Slooper. We're going to bring his player profile up a little bit later. But yeah, he's a very experienced player and coach from TFT Team Liquid and so on. So yeah, he also crushed his lobbies. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to be performing today.
These last two tournaments, he's been absolutely on fire. And the Team Liquid fans out there having a fantastic time over these last two IPLs. And it's great to see Slooper once again in the finals here. But again, there's still plenty of players that can absolutely take this. Can this be the opportunity here where Hollow makes me eat my words completely and takes the entire tournament? Karabasov, I mean, it seems cool, calm and collected overall when we had the interview with him. Is this his opportunity? He's found many finals appearances. Can this be the one that he wins? We'll have to see as we get into game number 1. And we've got Sancta Mesa. So I think we're speeding this game up a little bit. Already at level 3 with 10 extra credits.
Exactly. I really like this region because it just supercharges your economy. You're already at level 3, and 10 extra credits early on mean such... They make such a big difference in the late game. This is compounded interest, right? If you already start with 10 gold, you're gonna get to the maximum income of 70 credits so much faster.
And looking at the board, even already as is right now, I see 2 fire weapons. And that kind of was the name of the game so far for the tournament this weekend. But also, I feel like for this patch in general, of course, for those who may not have known or wasn't in yesterday, Fire also got a buff by now just requiring 6 to get to the max threshold. And Inferno is a lot stronger now. So the highest or the most played composition here in the tournament has been Arcanite Inferno, which requires that fighter fire weapon, the boomerang. And it is nearly at a 50% win rate. And if that means like a 50% in regards to hitting the top 3, that is absolutely incredibly consistent, and we're probably going to see it a lot today as we have 3 fire weapons on board.
Yep, and already nobody left on 100 HP. You love to see it. Very tough competition here in the grand finals of the IPL 500. Quickly going over all the weapons. We have the Earth Empath weapon for Karabasov, the infamous Mindbound Cleaver Nature Rogue weapon, the preferred weapon for all the Rogue players at the moment with Verdant. Activated later on is coming in from Slooper. We got the Water Rogue Tile Shift from Hollow. The second grade rogue weapon, I would say, maybe going towards something like Steam or trying to re-roll it later on. We got Emberling Rod here, Silent's favorite, I think, from Frodo. Nature Scion. We got Fire Empath stuff coming out from Hoshi, something we haven't seen that much yet. Let's see how it performs. Definitely going for Inferno, if I would have to take a guess. Firefighter Boomerang from Selfless, going towards that Inferno Arcanite that has been so dominant, but also has the option of going for Magma. And then we have the Air Fighter Weapon from I'm a Fishy and the Fire Bulwark Amber Buckler from Lemco at the top.
And of course, just coming out of the first carousel, which means, at least for me personally, links check. Okay, who's got all the links? Right now, it's actually I'm a Fishy. It looks like we have the Stoic one, so the tank links is available here for this game. Not necessarily everybody's favorite. I don't imagine too many people going for it. But if you do get that fully evolved one, it is going to hold the line nicely for you throughout most of the game.
Let's see how it performs. It is paired up with 2 small lynxes as well, which have been nerfed a little bit 2 patches ago. So they're not like the most broken thing anymore in the early game, but they still perform really well. As we're gonna see how it's gonna go here. I think usually the Stoic Lynx does really well versus those rogues that come in here for the side of Slooper. And it looks that way. The Lynx still alive, so there's still a decent damage dealer here going on. You can see the damage being displayed in a white bar, which means this is true damage. True damage ignores all resistances, all damage mitigation. So a 10 damage will always come through as 10 damage, no matter who you're hitting.
Yeah, but sadly in that instance there, for Fishy, just having the Lynx as your DPS is not going to be enough here. Because, of course, the Bulwark Lynx or the Stoic Lynx doesn't necessarily have the firepower. But okay, first one here of the day. Hello, beautiful, fully loaded. Stage 3 Flora Lynx is here. So now, finding that, considering that nobody else was really going for it until Lemko right now, that is going to be incredible. And for this early game, at least, now not only is it a tanky monstrosity, but it will pack a pretty decent punch. Granted, that'll fall off a little bit later, but you can rely on the tankiness to at least get you through the mid.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad here for Fishy that his Lynx wasn't tanking more early on. You can see the damage here coming out from the stun. If he can get surrounded by enemy units, it's gonna do so much damage. But actually losing this round here with a Stoic Flora Lynx in round number 9 is definitely a positioning mistake, where all the other units died while the Flora Lynx wasn't really tanking. So what you want to do really is put that guy up here in the front and let it be the main tank, or at least double main tank, and really utilize that AoE stun that comes out from it.
Absolutely. It's the most heartbreaking feeling when you get, it's not just a Lynx either. You get the fully evolved stage 3, you're going to hit a massive power spike and you'll immediately lose the next round. That definitely hurts. But let's see how this goes here. We have Frodo, who's looking like a little bit of a Bunker-esque comp there, kind of backed up nicely by this little Archos. Let's see how it can hold the line. A little Tatofi's loaded up with augments, but Tatofi doesn't necessarily have that much firepower early, but that Emberling Rod did some pretty serious damage to the majority of the squad. But now this is kind of where things start getting a little bit squirrely here for Frodo. The Lynx doesn't even have to necessarily get involved. It's going to be behind. Will probably be the last one standing on the squad, but it should have just enough. One more stun coming on through. Right onto both of them. Look at that damage. And there we go. Now we get to see the Lynx pop off. That's what we like to see.
Yes, sir. What a beauty. Yeah, the Tatopi doing a decent amount of damage, being just a stage 1 unit. So this is going to get interesting once it gets evolved. And yeah, Fishy doing great here with the Flora Lynx. Maybe we're going to check out some other compositions.
Absolutely.
We have Holo right here with the Rogues. Going up versus the corner composition. I don't have much hope for this, so let me just cruise a little bit further. What else we got here? We got Karabasov with a decent team. Let's see how the stage 2 Snail will perform here with the TNT.
Yeah, we got the Granite already online there from the Ranger, who's going to front line with that gigantic hammer. See if they can get the job done in this instance. The 5 Earth, 2 Granite, 2 Air. But on the other side here with Selfless, they went for those fire items, and it's doing very well for them. They have 6 fire already available. That was a beautiful carpet bomb there from the Ace. But there is just so much tank here coming out here from Karabasov. Will they be able to hang on and get this done? So far, so good. We have some Luvios onto the Ranger, but they're slowly but surely falling. One more Tianti shot going to do some big damage. And now with the Revo directly in the Ranger's face, it's going to end up going down. Selfless, who I believe was leading this lobby, will end up falling.
That was closer than expected. Definitely a hyper difference that we saw right here with the Earth team going up against the Fire team. Earth countering Fire very hard, which was really good here. Here you can see the hyper influence.
The difference maker.
Yeah. And then I think we can also preview what hyper does. So for example, my mouse is a little bit in the way, but you get bonus attack speed up to 50%. And then you also get 10% damage amplification and damage reduction once it's full for the TNT right here, for example.
I appreciate the recap, because I totally forgot that damage reduction was actually a thing on it too. Knew about the attack speed and damage, but did not realize damage reduction was also a thing there too, so nicely done. Be able to capitalize on that instance.
And I didn't realize that, I guess it was changed. We have the same hyper effects for all units. It used to be different depending on your class. Unless this is a visual bug, all classes now give the same bonus.
I think that got changed a handful of patches ago just to try and simplify things a little bit. Because I know, like, for the longest time, I could not tell you what Hyper did. Heck, even right now, I did not have the complete picture on what exactly Hyper entailed. I just knew super effective one way or another.
Yeah.
Our next fight's just about to get underway here.
Yeah, I appreciate that it has been simplified. So to put it in simple terms, you load up your hyperbar. We can see it right here on the Axon. It has all those yellow arrows, which means its hyper counters the enemy team. So we're gonna see it right here. The yellow gets loaded up, and once that's fully loaded, it gets 50% attack speed in total, and also damage amplification and damage reduction by 10%. So that's basically what happens, and this helps a lot, right? The more attack speed you have, the more energy you gain as well, because every attack gives you energy. So attack speed is a valuable stat for any unit, and then damage amplification reduction is obviously also very good for any unit.
I'll tell you what, this damage reduction that Axon received was the difference maker between this fight going against Frodo or not, because now they're finally onto the back line, but that Axon held on for so long. With the help here of this newly evolved Archelion, is just absolutely shredding on through the rest of Kirbosov's squad. Big use of the hyper and absolute perfect capitalization.
Yep, love to see it. Let's... Who was that? Or let's actually go down to the bottom. Hoshi right there.
What do we got? So we've got, oh, Squeeze on board. Level 7 though, so I guess not too early.
Inferno already, and 6 air, which is huge, I believe. Ooh. So I don't think... Wow. But in the enemy team, we see now the Axodon and the Archelion and the Seaforus. So all the stage 1 tier, all the stage 3 tier 1 units here found by Frodo, who must feel really happy about this.
So you just find and fully evolve your Chuko up to Chakotay, and you basically have all of the starters, if we were to think about it that way. But that's a huge power spike there that Axodon is going to be absolutely nuts. But again, the air is going to make things so difficult. This is a different spin on the Inferno style that I feel like we've not necessarily seen so far in this tournament. That was a good position there for the Archelion to do some big heals, but at the same time, there's just too much damage. Squiz is hyper, the Polar Bear's hyper, the air is just destroying the squad here. Fruta gonna end up falling.
Yeah, it seems like, again, a hyper difference, the air versus the water. And doing so much damage here. Also from the Artes versus a corner composition is respectable. Usually it has a hard time getting in there, but it must have had a way to fly in.
There was one instance where the Quinks, I believe, did charm something from the back line. So there was just the tiniest little hole, I think, for that Arctis to dive on through. And yeah, it had a very, very solid Omega because of it. In fact, we might see it right here. We'll see where that charm goes. In theory, it should be, I believe, the Tianti movement. We'll see.
Yep. We have a little build-up phase here. We can check out the positioning. I think everything done right by Frodo right here. It was really just a tough matchup versus the air. And I was surprised that C4 didn't do much more damage. It doesn't have the perfect augments. But here we're going to see Artes take to the skies and just fly to the top left corner. But that is enough to do a lot of damage to Axon, to the Archelion, which are the main targets to get down. And once those two fall, everything else should fall in place as well.
Okay, so it was probably more so the Inferno really triggering up some of that damage this time. But we have our next battle on hand here. It's hopping with Hoshi and Karabasov. We got Artex flying across. It's only going to be on top of that Skroko. Meanwhile, the Vermilio in the backline is stalling up the Grilla, the Kuka, and then the Tianti as well. And here comes Arctes one more time alongside the Shock. Is that going to be the finishing blow there under the Tianti? Yes, it will be. A decisive victory here for Hoshi.
Wow, and again, you can see it. Everybody's golden, everybody's hyperactive. So it seems like air right now really strong, but now it goes up versus the fire. So now fire is supposed to go hyperactive. You can see it again on the yellow marks here. Let's see how that turns out.
Yeah, just with fire being so predominant now, and then air also being super, super strong, it sucks playing nature really, really badly right now. Because they even buffed it. You can get 8 natures now and get some pretty serious benefits, but you're almost always getting hyper used against you, and you have to spend a drone augment on that in order to counteract that. It's super, super hard. As we see our next battle here and get here Hoshi, but this time versus Onmiko or Lemko. A little bit more of an even battle, though. I was kind of cursing out nature, but this Floor Lynx is holding the line here so that the Ferriox can hang on. But never mind, one more shot from that Octius will get the job done. And Hoshi continues the win streak.
Hoshi's super happy about finding this Octius right here. Little
Beautiful.
correction, though, about the Hyper. Nature counters air, though. So...
My bad.
Yeah. In my head, it's really hard to remember, right? I made like up a little story where I just tried to remember the sequence. So water plus earth, like trying to. This might be a little weird, but I'm trying to make a clay pot, right, and plant a plant. So I'm adding water to earth to make clay. Then with fire, I burn it. Then I add a plant into it, and then I give it air and water, and so I have the full circle. But
my mindset was just reverse. I was thinking of other games where, say, flying would destroy nature or destroy grass or something along those lines, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, another way to remember would be how to consume it, like fire consumes air and nature and so on. And if you dump earth on fire, it definitely consumes it as well.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, then what I will say, it still sucks playing nature because you also have to deal with mud.
Yeah, no matter how you twist it, you can always blame it on the Hyper. And I think they have been reducing Hyper a little bit to be less impactful because of this rock, paper, scissors effect that it has on the game, where you can outplay your opponent, but if you choose the wrong team, you're just kind of screwed. But it's good that that it has a little bit of impact and you can play around that a little bit.
Speaking of mud.
Yep. Speaking of mud, this is the beauty of Sanctum Mesa, right? We have hyper-charged compositions already at round number 18. 4 mud going up versus 6 air, 2 inferno. Is that going to be the downfall of the air units? It's all about this Octius here surviving and the Artes laying down the fire, not really effectively at this point. But it seems like with all the dodge chance that air is getting, there is no damage coming through from the mud.
Oh, that was perfect. The Octius finding the reset by killing off the Caradulo made it so that reset then shot the the Ferriox in the back, and it just made it so a ton of the DPS was essentially gone from Hollow's squad before the fight really even had the chance to ramp up. And the poor Exalted Monk here basically didn't even get a chance to start ramping up. Brutal with less than 2,000 damage dealt in that fight.
All right, we followed Hoshi from the bottom to the top, and now we're going to go back to the bottom and see how Karabasov is going to deal with that 31 HP.
Perfect time as well. I think they just picked up and leveled up the Malura, fully loaded in the corner there. And they have that not the Phosphorus, but the Forest as well on the left-hand side. They had a Phosphorus right now. I'd be absolutely losing it. That'd be so fast. But a very, very tanky line, very, very strong line here going up against Lemko. See if they can bypass this Lynx and bypass all the firepower coming out here from the squad.
Yeah, hyperactive definitely in favor of these Earth units against the Fire squad. Let's see how it goes down. We have only one augment on the Malura, so interesting choice to keep one augment on a Stage 1 Scarabog, who is tanking really good at the moment. The backline is looking very safe at the moment for the green side. On the other side, we see Malura stuck on the Ranger, so those two are a little bit in a stalemate there as well. So it all comes down to the Phosphorus, or the Forest rather, dealing so much damage here for the green side. And also the sustain coming out with all these healings on these tanky units. That's just a nightmare to deal with for those fire units.
And that's the beauty of these healing compositions, right? Like early on, you're going to get absolutely beat up, knocked around, and you get sent to the bottom of the lobby. But once you start evolving some of these alluvials, getting it to the higher stages, maybe getting some augments on top of them, then all of a sudden, your team just essentially feels unkillable. There were so many alluvials still on the field there for Karabasov on that one. And if you can keep winning fights like that, you are going to destroy your opponents, give them big damage every time they lose. As we have our next one here, did I see Steam on the board?
Yes, sir. We got Steam coming in, plus also a Forus. So we have 5 fighters, 3 Templars as well from Selfless here. So that's going to be interesting. It's all going to come down. Who do you think is going to win here, Salen? The Forus or the Forus?
The Rake. But absolutely could very well be the case. Both of these forces are barely taking anything in regards to damage, but the big problem here right now is the Rake actually did just destroy every healer on the side of Karabasov, and with those gone, those may be some tanky units, but they cannot heal, and they will end up falling. Wow. One more shot from the Malura. Gosh, that was actually quite a bit of damage. Too bad they couldn't get a reset of some sort. That would be incredible, but no, that is going to be some big damage. Karabasov now on Death's Door.
Yes, and you said it totally right. I was focused on the Forest, but the Rake with Steam activated, with Hyper, going Hyper as well, did 14,000 damage and just obliterated that backline.
Yeah, the Foresters are still doing some pretty good damage. Found some like good shots, but it was just getting sustained through. Meanwhile, the Rake was just destroying all the healing. But in this instance, we got some big healing, I think, coming out once again. And we got the Archelion with the Hyperforce Reactor. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Are you just going to be spamming out heals? Let's see how this one goes. I want to
Malura finds a beautiful entry into the backline. So that's going to be a huge charm coming out from that big boy. But it's going to take a long time to cast his first ability. So here it finally comes. Big charm coming out, leading the damage at the moment. Here comes the heal from the Adorado, keeping it alive. Forus is still looking good on the outside and sniping into the backline. Big second Malura stun coming out again. 10,000 damage. And that's going to be surely enough to finish the rest of the backline. As I say this though, the Forest goes down, everything goes down for the green side. And now it's only the Mystics, only the tanks, the Empaths left alive here for the green side, and slowly but surely, Red is gonna win this. Didn't expect that, and Karabasov down to 1 HP.
The heartbreaking thing about the Malura doing that much damage is it triggered the Twine's Verdant immediately, really early in the fight. It made it so that it was healing the Axodon as well that was about to fall. And that allowed for that Twine to heal so much of the teammates. Granted, yes, huge chunk of damage from that Malura across the entire team. But while you're sitting in a verdant puddle and you have an Archelion right next to you, they're just going to casually heal that up. You couldn't get the finishing blow. Now Karabasov, 1 HP in a dream.
That is crazy. It's only 2 verdant, and look at the healing done from the Twine. 3,000. Out healing almost the Gazier and the Adorado combined, which at this point I am questioning the overpoweredness of Verdant a little bit, because we also see it being so dominant in the Rogue composition.
We definitely do see it a lot. In fact, we probably see it more on Rogue than we do for actual nature-based teams. And it's just unfortunate and too bad, because like you called out immediately here, this Malura found the absolute sweet spot in terms of diving into the backline. If they were lucky, they could have maybe moved over a little bit more to the right and got the Sinolf in the blast as well. But still, this was a huge chunk of damage that came out. But look what happens. I believe it's right after this first cast of the Malura. It chunks down the Twine very, very quickly alongside... Oh, it's actually the TNT that might have triggered it with the Malura. And now look at, there's 2 verdant puddles from both the Archelion and the Twine. They're just sitting in this thing. And sure, the Sinolf does go down, but it takes so long for everything else to go down. That Axodon should have been gone ages ago, it feels like.
Yeah, really good positioning there for the corner composition, where it looked like Malura had found a perfect entry, but everything, like it was targeting 6 units, but everything it was hitting likes to be hit, like the Archelion and all those tanks, they like to soak up this damage. So yeah, it looked better than it was. As we go into the next fight, Amafishi versus Karabasov.
All right, Karabasov, they need this one in order to keep themselves alive here in game number 1. Don't want to start off this best of 5 down on the bottom. Boost it up, or the Hapon boosting up everybody in the backline, trying to shoot down maybe that Polar Bear. But Ramfy's come to say hi. It does a pretty decent chunk of damage, but nothing getting taken down as of yet. Good little stall out from Malura on the right-hand side, getting the assistance of the Goliaths as well, stunning up everything near it. But the bunker portion of this squad for Karabasov is starting to get low, but the front line is doing exactly what they need to do. Forest alongside the Goliaths have been able to deal with this front line. Malura is here to help now, just in time to deal with this Polar Bear. Shot from the TNT going to help finish the job. Karabasov is going to survive, and even the Ranger showing some shining success moments here, topping that DPS chart.
Topping the DPS as a Granite Mystic is wild.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know how that happened. I guess with some AoE damage from the Omega ability. which deals 400 physical damage to all enemies in a 20 hex radius. So yeah, that definitely hit a lot of units, but it's not over here for Karabasov as he goes up versus yet another rogue composition, and this time it's not a ramp feed, it's a ramp fight, which would have made a big difference in the last fight. So let's see if that can, if Karabasov can still win it and secure his first game here in the IPL 500.
Yeah, this will be absolutely incredible because if Karabasov could hang on, there's potential that 3 other players get eliminated in this round. Lots of low health bars. Monarch crossed the tank line here right on top of that Goliath, so it's just going to be ticking away. Same thing here with the Forest right on top. Here comes the ramp fight, and it's actually going to blow up the Tianti. Some serious damage off the board now. This is pretty even for the most part. The Monarch's still doing some pretty considerable damage. Going to end up conversing down here right on top of the ramp fight. Big damage once again. Forest is staying alive, though. It's untargetable. Comes in at right at the right moment. Just deal with this Vermilion. There it is. Stun from downtown onto the Gazatep for that little icing on the cake. Cherry on top moment. Some big damage once again. And we do not actually lose anybody in that round. But we have 6 players that could die this round.
That is crazy. 1, 4, 9, 9, 11, and 17 health, and then 21 and 24. Like, the whole lobby is pretty much at 1 life, maybe 1.5 lives here for number 1 and number 2. This is nuts. I don't know who we're gonna watch. Let's just stay with who we are. Selfless Guild versus Frodo, and this is gonna be a crazy one as we have Steam versus Granite. 2 polar opposites of the composition spectrum. We have the invulnerable C4s here with Granite in the backline, and the Umber is stuck on the Arcalion for now, who is healing. Here comes a big stun from the Goliath onto the Blaze Knight. Blaze Knight obviously being a super big threat in these compositions. Just so much damage. Umber taking down the Arcalion, going now to the C4s, is gonna take that down as well, and it looks like this is gonna be it for Frodo, for Lemko, and also for one or more of these players just in a second.
That was absolutely incredible timing there from the Goliath on the side of Selfless. It shut down the Sinolf's beam right off the rip, allowing for that Blazonite to go absolutely nuts. And then, yeah, we just lost a ton of players here. Karabasov's going to fall out in last. Frodo is going to be 7th. Lemko is going to be 6th. And now, again, we can lose almost the rest of the lobby, depending on how things go, including this battle right here between the guild mates. Team kill incoming.
Oh no, guild versus guild, and the only person safe here is Hoshi, but even he could fall, so this could be possibly the last round. Now we're gonna have one more, and let's see how Slooper go versus Selfless here. Slooper has found the Slash and has found the ramp fight, the Malura, so a very strong team coming out here from him. But on the other side, we have that Blaze Knight, and it's sitting comfortably in this corner here, completely untouched. Gets charmed in a little bit, though, and now is in the center of the attention of the Rogues, and is gonna fall just in a split second. Selfless is gonna take down Sloopy here, it seems like, with the Umber, just dealing the last bit of damage that he needed. And everything falls!
Everybody is gone. Hollow in 3rd, Slooper in 4th, Fishy in 5th, which leads us now to our final 2, Hoshi and Selfless. If I recall correctly, these are 2 players we don't see in the finals that often, or this is their first time, and they're leading off the charge here in game number 1 of this IPL 500 finals.
Wow. That is as exciting as a first game here in the best of 5 could be. We really see that these players are all so close in skill level as they make it really hard for themselves. Like, surviving one more round is the difference maker between 3rd place and 6th place, which is crazy. That was incredible,
yeah. No, it was absolutely ridiculous. And I honestly thought for a long while in this fight that it was going to be a classic case of the Penguin helping carry this Rogue squad to victory nice and cleanly. But again, it ended up being another classic case of stop sleeping on the Umber. It is going to come back around, and it ended up doing so. Because, yeah, this charm onto the Blazonite, pulling it in front of the Eve was absolutely clutch and taking it down. That's a big DPS Alluvial off the board. But again, they all went for the Ranger while the Umber was in the smoke screen, and that allowed for the Ranger and the Umber to clean up.
Yeah. I was super hyper focused on the Blaze Knight, so I didn't even see the Umber cleaning everything up, and it just needed a few more casts, and that's what it did. But here, we have possibly the last fight, Hoshi versus Selfless.
Right, here we go. Yeah, Selfless trying to keep themselves in this game. We've got the fire on both sides, essentially, but you also got that Umber doing some serious work down in the bottom, nearly taking care of the Gazatep and the Ranger. Octius, though, on Hoshi's side, nice and safe. Meanwhile, Rampite is wreaking havoc in the corner. It is going to be down to these Infernos. The Mammoth is holding the line. Can they get that Umber targeted, though? No, they cannot. It's down to the Monarch to keep Hoshi in this game, actually. Is this enough to take them down? It is actually. Selfless on your first Grand Finals appearance is going to find the win in game number 1.
Woo-hoo-hoo, that Umber. That's what nightmares are made of next to the Slash, and I think the most infamous badass Illuvials that we have. Let's quickly check out a replay before we go back into the studio. That is actually
absolutely crazy to see there. The Monarch clutched things, or almost had the chance to clutch things up, but could not quite get the job done.
If there was maybe a gorilla illusion where it could fly to, I don't want to rip open old wounds from
Slicks,
let's
but yeah. Seriously, yeah.
All right, so here, rewatching this fight one more time, it's all about the Umber in the bottom being untouched, and there is a lot of work coming out from the enemy side. Like, I think that was as close as it got for most of it. Umber down to 50% health, didn't have a lot of lifesteal, but yeah, in the end, it wasn't enough, and yeah, Selfless taking the first one. You love to see it.
Loki, I was kind of convinced, though, that Monarch was actually going to Omni-Vamp up in that last one. It got about a quarter of its health back, but yeah, between the Umber and the Goliath was still there as well. It was kind of blending into the ground there for me. I didn't even call that out during the actual fight itself, but yeah, the Umber plus Goliath, yeah, there's nothing the Monarch can do there, and there we go, Selfless. That's what we like to see. New face on top here in this IPL.
Love to see it. Good stuff there. His first IPL appearance and already dominating the first game here in the best of 5 in the grand finals. And we're gonna check out some more player profiles. Okay, we had...
Sounds good.
Yep. So I want to see his player profile in particular right now. Let me find him. Selfless. There we go. 23 years old. I provided him with a little Team Liquid Illuvitar here because he
awesome, actually.
Is a TFT player for Team Liquid, 2 times Brazil champion, played in 3 TFT Worlds and 2 Esport World Cups as well. So a very, very seasoned veteran in the TFT autobattler scene. You love to see it coming in here and just dominating the tournament today already in the first game, and this is very scary because he's only going to get better from here on out.
What did I say yesterday about when I was talking about Slooper? Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
I made the comments that like Slooper is doing fantastic right now, and he's the coach of a TFT squad. I had mentioned something along the lines of, but this is just Slooper. What kind of players is he cooking and training in the background?
Well, there you go.
To come with him. Well, sure enough, Selfless here, TFT player for Team Liquid, with an incredible resume in terms of esports victories and accomplishments. Yep. No wonder he's so scary here in this lobby, and no wonder he kicks my ass all the time on ranked. Okay, I feel a little better about myself now.
Yes, sir. His favorite thing in Illuvium is the weapon mechanics. I think this has been the dominant feature that TFT players love to see in Illuvium when they transition into this game. And his second biggest talent, again, a little fun fact, he's good at making fun of his cats. Or of their cats.
Hey, fair enough. Sometimes they deserve it. When they get
exactly.
the zoomies at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So yeah, Selfless, let us tell you a warm welcome to the Illuvium community and also to the IPL competitive scene. It's awesome to see TFT players come in and actually show us why they are the pros in other games. And now it's time for the other players, for the TFT, for the Illuvium pros that we had so far to step up and show them what is what.
I was going to say, are you saying there's another one? No, but would be pretty crazy as we have. Speaking of Slooper, we were kind of talking about him a little bit earlier. He's 27 from Brazil as well. Third at TFT Worlds. And of course, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, the coach for Team Liquid at EWC. And their favorite thing is being able to swap items between the Illuvials freely. Yes, I know personally, I absolutely love that as well. I hate the idea of just investing the item onto a creature or a character or whatever, and then it being stuck there for the rest of the game. Being able to move it around, just one extra layer of complexity to the chessboard that is the Illuvium battle board. And the biggest talent, super dad of 2 kids. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Love to see it. It must be hard sometimes still finding time next to your kids also for grinding the leaderboard and stuff like this and staying up to date with the meta, which can be such a time-intense task. But he's doing a great job at that. And yeah, I love to see it, man. Liquid's TFT coach coming in, bringing his players, and now they're dominating together here in this finals, or at least playing in the finals. I don't want to... It's only the first game, right? We have 4 more games to come. Nothing is set in stone yet, but they have done really well in this first game already.
Absolutely fantastic to see, but we've got some additional players here in this lobby as well. Can we sneak one more in before we get this next game going, I think?
Yes. Who didn't we have?
We got another minute. Let's go. We got Kiribasov.
There we go. We didn't have him yet, right? He's 23 years old from Eastern Europe. Competitive esports experience in minor tournaments and being a challenger for various games. And then favorite things in Illuvium. So the first thing that drew him into Illuvium was the stunning visuals and the characters and all of that. And then what made him stay and what he is in love now with now is its diverse gameplay, which I think sums it up really nicely for many of us. His second biggest talent after Illuvium or after gaming is engineering. It's his field, and he's good at that.
All right, fair enough. And I definitely agree. The visuals is kind of what brought me into it as well. And being an engineer, dang, okay. Definitely a intelligent individual then.
Yes, sir. We do have one more right here from Lemko. Or let me know, maybe, or Elemenko. We have to ask him how to pronounce his name. He's 33 years old, from Russia as well. So we had a few Russian players today. He's an ex-Quake pro player, which
okay, let's go.
It's really cool to see. Like, such a cool game. I think I played Quake 3 so much when I was younger. Like, such an old game, obviously, with the early Quakes coming out, I think, in the 90s. And his favorite thing in Illuvium, bonding. I would love to see a return of choosing your weapon and affinity class freely. Wait, did I mix it up? Because we had that earlier.
I mean, I know it's a very common thing that people like and want, but that was literally word for word. But then the second biggest talent, though, cooking.
Yes, he likes cooking, and he makes the best bolognese. For you non-cooking adversaries out there, bolognese is like meat sauce, but the Italian originale.
You can tell that I paused here because I knew I was going to butcher the heck out of the pronunciation. I did not know what you were talking about. But no, fair enough. That's actually really cool. I like that.
And his favorite part about Illuvium, I forgot to put that in here, is the gameplay, the theory building, the high level of game production, and the Web3 side of things, of course. So yeah, this is what Illuvium stands for, right? Besides the visuals, also the gameplay and the strategic depth and all of that.
Absolutely.
I think that's it. We don't have any more, and that's our players for today. Back to the studio, and very soon back into the game. I think we're gonna start in just a minute. There is a little bit of a technical hiccup, but we are gonna solve that in a second. So guys, I haven't seen many predictions. I've noticed the chat has been very timid with predicting the winner. Do you have any predictions now that after we've seen the first round? We'll give you a second chance. I think ours still stand with I'm a Fishy and Slooper at the moment. I know we both would like to change it to Selfless at this point, but...
Oh no, I still believe in Fishy here, because here's the thing. I might have, of course, put my classic commentator's curse on to Fishy, but I wouldn't call fifth bad, if you know what I'm saying. Like, it could be much worse. And in a best of 5, you can still absolutely get back into the game from a fifth. If poor Fishy ended up getting 8th right off the rip, I'd have been like, oh god, what have I done again? But no, like, you can absolutely come back from fifth.
Yeah, especially in a best of 5. The first game is just a warm-up, basically. We are going to get into 4 more heated games and going to see who is going to be crowned the champion of the IPL this week. And then next week we have the IPL 1000 coming up. So I want to remind everyone we have open qualifiers for that every Friday, 2 windows designed around the American and Europe time zones. And you can just show up at the time slot, play your ranked games, and be able to get into a $20,000 tournament. And if you perform well there, you're gonna qualify for the World Championships with $150,000.
So when I end up playing and winning this thing, who are you gonna have cast with you? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, fans coming back. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. But
yeah, we'll swap you for Slicks.
I could wish. I mean, Slicks would be an extremely analytical commentator, actually. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. We might have him on for the IPL 1000. It was a little bit too short notice for today. But yeah, he's definitely someone that we would like to have here as well, giving a little bit more input as he has been a more active player. It's always nice to see. And let's see if the players are already in. Otherwise, I have something else I wanted to go over, because as you might or might not know, Halloween is coming up, and Illuvium is doing a Illuvium Beyond Halloween edition, which I'm really excited for.
Yes, absolutely. I think I'd mentioned it yesterday, but the Alfie's my favorite. The way they have it like dressed up, like, I call it the Cthulhu, but it could be like a squid or anything along those lines. It looks really cool.
Yes, sir. Here we have a little bit of a glimpse. It's going to start in 5 days on the October the 30th at 6 p.m. UTC. You can buy the discs with fuel, and for everyone who doesn't know what this is, it contains the Illuvitars, so your profile pictures. You can see them down here. Those are all NFT collections. We are now, I think, 4 waves deep, plus always these special drops as well. So there's a lot of Illuvitars that you can choose from, and we're getting so many cool new ones. There's also cosmetic emotes and stuff like this, and borders and a drone blast and stuff like this to unlock the more disc you purchase. But yeah, for me, it's all about these profile pictures. And we have some great artists on the Illuvium team, as you can see. Like, these are absolutely gorgeous. My favorite is the bear here as a zombie with the silly expression. I love it. But also the Atlas, for example, is so cool. So much character in this picture with the Graf Dracula, Count Dracula. Love to see it.
If my Atlas dressed like that, okay, Atlas, you can become the carry. Like, I'll let you. You don't have to tank this time.
Yeah, and I think what's very apparent is that anyone, like, if you ask 50 people what's their favorite, we're gonna get at least half of them having different answers. Like, these just speak, I think, to so many different types of people, where everyone can find their favorite, and then you can even dress them up with accessories and stuff like this with the usual Beyond collection. Here in the special collections, the accessories are on it already, so they're fully dressed up, as you can see. You cannot put some mean glasses on top of that. That would be a crime, I think.
I was gonna say, how bad would I trigger somebody if I had a hollow Illuvatar of, say, the Atlas, and then I put a clown nose on it?
Yep, the clown nose
I
is
trigger somebody big time.
they are mean, and I just love to see this. All the pictures coming through here. We see the
Here's
shrimp,
the Alfie.
the Alfie Cthulhu with with a little ghost on its claw, and then we also have I Need Gazotep Witch from Amatas in chat here, which he refers to this one, I believe. So
It's a cute one. I like that one too.
that looks super clean as well. I really like that. And we have the
Like,
pirate
normally,
links.
I'm not usually a fan of the tier like 0 Illuvatars, but even the Fleesh looks menacing. Look at that thing up center.
Yep. Love to see it. Okay, maybe we have to go into a little break as we wait for the technical issues to be resolved at the moment. We can have a look here at something visual on the side, the trailer coming up. Or not the trailer, but we have so many good like just video scenes like this from different trailers and stuff like this. Always amazes me to see.
Yeah, there's absolutely a ton of things to get excited for, whether it be competitive or for the casual side. Of course, we've seen the amount of reveals / leaks, whatever you want to call them, on the Illuvium social media, just absolutely filling the feed daily with what you can expect from the MMO, what Overworld is eventually going to turn into. We've seen, of course, plenty of competitions. We have, of course, Illuvium Pro League constantly happening. We have the newly announced OLA with Illuvium Leviathan tournament that I believe gets started this week as well. And there's just so much to shoot for, so much to get excited for here in Illuvium.
Yes, sir. And as we say that, we are jumping into our next game, which is exciting. We are already in round number 9 here. We're gonna check out the weapons. So we missed a little bit the start of that, but that's all good. We have Aqua Blaster for the top guildies here in the top.
Okay.
With the same weapon. That's interesting, contesting each other. That is nice to see. We got I'm a Fishy on the Arrow Edge. We got the Fire Boomerang coming out from Lemko. We got Nature Row coming out from Frodo. Earth Empath weapon again from Hoshi. Then the Water Fire Sylphid Blade from Karabasov. And Hollow coming in with the Fire Ember Buckler.
Okay, so we're going to be right into the heat, because not only are we already at round 10, we are in Crimson Wastes. So we are going to be doing a ton of damage every single time somebody ends up losing here. But it's interesting here with the weapons, you hardly ever see, I think, the Blaster really contested like that. At least for water, though, you can kind of pivot a little bit with it. Like, you're not stuck going Scion, you're not really stuck going for like a certain type of water. You can go towards the Rake, Riptorus, Sinolf, whatever. Obviously, there's the direct synergy with Sinolf, but you can still be a little bit flexible and maybe not completely contest your teammate.
Yeah, 100%. There's definitely different routes you can go into. And quickly looking also at the region, we have Crimson Waste, which means deal 3 additional drone damage to players with more health than you. It's an interesting one. It doesn't speed it up like other Crimson Waste regions, but this one is definitely gonna speed the lobby up a little bit, so it's gonna be a heated match here.
Karabasov looking like they're going maybe the Berserker route. We have the double Greater Monkier currently on field, Riptorus, or the Riptor rather, on board as well. Kind of suggesting maybe Berserker is on the board here for them. Slooper, it looks just essentially pure water with a little bit of air here. I'm a Fishy finding the Squiz just to add on, and will have Shock available because of the weapon choice. And we have a Rake already online here for Element KO, so some interesting stuff as we now have Slooper and Selfless, another guild battle.
Yes, sir. They're gonna be battling it out. Not as fierce as a battle as the last one, where they were literally fighting death or life situation. But this one is gonna be also very important here, as the double water teams face off against each other. We got 6 water versus 5 water. We got Toxic on the right side of things. And the lasers coming in from the Fleece. The Ranger also targeting here the back line. And slowly but surely, it's going to come down to the wire here. And it seems like Selfless here, just with the tanks left alive, is going to be able to pull ahead. The 5 Bulwarks really doing a great job here.
Yeah, 5 Bulwarks plus the little bit of extra damage you do get from Toxic was just enough to kind of melt away Slooper in this instance. But thankfully for the guildies, not taking too much damage off of each other, considering it was a rather close battle, even with Crimson Wastes in play.
Yes, sir. We can always check out a replay. Wait. It's okay. Let's check out some more compositions and see what the players are building. We got here a Squiz very early with triple augment, double tessellating Omega reactors, so getting that extra energy will help it a lot. Also with fighter, more attack speed, more casts. So I'm officially looking dangerous here with the early shock coming through. What else we got? We got Lemko with the Rake, which I would assume is going to be so contested this match, because it is definitely a huge win condition. We see Slooper on one of them already, and yeah, I would pick up every single dash that I find in the shop at this point.
Definitely a popular unit, but the fact that Lemko does have the head start, that is a nice little bonus there for them at least. But I'm very, very curious as to see how I'm a Fishy ends up pivoting with their team comp, because okay, you have Shock, but again, most people nowadays don't all in on Shock. But we do have a bunch of fighters as well. But in this current battle that we see here, it is going to be Fishy and Hollow. Hollow kind of bunkered up a little bit, scrambling to try and get this thing into position. Maybe not optimal, but should still get the job done. Let's see how it goes.
We got the Lynx here in the front line, going hard versus the Krunk, taking down the main tank very, very fast. Now onto the Axon. He's going to be able to take that down as well with the next cast, and the Squish just providing the extra damage from the backline, sapping down units, but it's going to be a close one here. 2 more casts from the Squish coming through. Actually coming in clutch with that last cast, doing almost 6,000 damage compared to the 3,000 off the Fury on Hollow's side.
Yep, had that cast not gotten reset, I think it honestly would have gone the other way. It was a very, very close battle, but Fishy taking it.
Yep, and now we're gonna have Fishy versus Selfless, and Selfless also finding the Rake already, plus an Alfie with the 8 water activated.
Oh boy.
It feels like these lobbies are just ramping up so fast. This is gonna be a tough fight for I'm a Fishy, as he needs to somehow protect his Squiz from the Rake, and if he can manage to do so, he has a chance. Otherwise, he's gonna fall here to the water units.
Yeah, the teams are ramping up, and this entire team composition here, the water from Selfless is just going to ramp up as well. The longer this fight goes on, the steam, the water, Omega power is going to stack, steam's going to stack. We are going to see these things just absolutely shred on through as long as they can stay alive. But look at that, that's exactly how it's supposed to work. Absolutely crushing, big damage, Time of Fishy.
Yep, that was crazy. 5,000 damage coming through so fast. And that's gonna be it with the win streak for I'm a Fishy. Now Slooper is sitting on top right there. And Karabasov already down to 38 HP. We're gonna watch how he's gonna get himself out of that. He's currently rolling for mud, so I would assume now is the time to hard roll and find those 4 mud units to go onto a win streak.
Stuck trying to get the Gorilla and the app on at this point in the game, though. That is a painful position to have to be in. We're already at least, what, around 15-ish or so? Like, we're pretty heavily into the mid-game. And who else is, I wonder, is contesting him with some of these units? Because I know people have been splashing Monk Ears in just for fighter squads. So yeah, Monk Ears necessary. It's just kind of painful. We see leveling up, and actually the Riptor is getting joining the squad here for Kiribasov. But we do have an instance here on Kyo versus I'm a Fishy. The semi-bunkered up fire squad coming on through with that Rake versus a rather nasty fighter squad. Let's see how this one ends up going.
Yes, sir. That's going to be a tough fight here for I'm a Fishy versus, again, the Rake here in the corner. Big Charm coming through onto the Fur Knight, who is going to be targeted now and is going to go down. It seems like a small version of our final fight from last game, but this time it's going to be enough, and I'm a Fishy is going to take another win. As I say that, I want to swap over right to Karabasov, see how he is doing, and it seems like he's winning versus Selfless here, which is huge for him.
And both battles just absolutely melted their opponents in this instance here. Even if they don't have the full mud available, still having at least the Exalted Monk here is doing in some serious work. Has the right augment for it too, has that Hyperforce reactor for that additional attack speed. And considering all that Monk here cares about is punching and punching quickly, it's right at home. And now it has a Riptor and a Jokul as a partner. Even a little foes joining the squad. So lots of firepower on the squad for 7 Fighter to Berserker.
7 Fighter, that is so much attack speed in both teams right here. So that's 25 for all team and 50% for the fighter units. And we can see them just hacking away at those units. The Rebel diving into those fighters, getting annihilated in just a second. Jokul trying to take down the Monkey here on the outside is not going to be able to do so. Monkey will be able to still do a lot of damage and seal the deal here for Amafishi, taking down Karabasov to 29 HP.
The dust there from I'm a Fishy was just enough to screw with Karabasov, because the firepower wise, I do think Karabasov had the better, the upper hand. But unfortunately, they're constantly dealing with the Revo. When they got onto the Quinks, they're constantly getting peppered, and I believe the Ranger might have also been a dust as well. So it was just constantly blinding these fighters, and there is no true sight. There are no augments to go through it, no clumsy, and you're just swinging and a miss.
Yes, sir. Here we're going to see Karabasov versus the PvE round. He's going to use all this money that he gets to finally roll down. It looks like he has kind of given up on finding 4 mud units, instead leveled up to level 7 right here, at which point it's really hard to find those stage 1s. And possibly trying to find Berserker to just not win the lobby anymore, but make up a few. He's playing for top 4 right now, or maybe 5th, 6th. Just not getting knocked out so low. You just gotta cut your losses at this point, it feels like. And now we see him rolling. He finds the Gorilla though, so really lucky on this. The Apon is gonna be very tough to find. Let's see if he rolls a little bit more. Doesn't look like it. I think he's gonna stop right here. Trying to keep his economy alive. He's gonna go up versus Hollow, who has a scary looking corner composition. Magma already active, Harbinger active, 5 Bulwarks, 6 Fire. Really looking strong here for Hollow as well.
Yeah, at least Karabasov getting the 3, so at least he'll be able to steal some decent stats, but it sucks that these stats aren't going to be transferred upon elimination. Let's see how this goes. They, in theory, should have this hyper buff, and that Monk here is in the perfect position. Some serious AoE damage, but now it actually gets targeted down. It may have not been so perfect after all. The Gorilla's going to go down as well. The 2 big carries on the squad are going to end up falling. Meanwhile, Furiox on the back line is just completely nice and safe. Protected by an Archos, protected by a Tianti, and then the tanks up front. Beautifully done.
Crazy. I'm not sure if Karabasov ran out of money here, but seeing his enemy, I would have assumed he would roll a little bit further and really try to push all his money onto the board, because now he's down to 14 HP, down to his last life, and he's going up versus the lobby leader Slooper right here.
Definitely a rough spot to be in for Karabasov, and going based off the last game too, I believe they were last in the first game. So this would be an absolute nightmare start here for Karabasov if all of a sudden they have 2 8s in a row, as we see the big old mammoth up close and personal here with it, fully evolved, just looking Karabasov straight in the face. The polar bear is going to be having its work cut out for him. for this next fight, as we're going to see this Rake dive on through right onto the Appon. It's going to stun up for a little bit. That Alfie just got immediately shredded by the Gorilla. Big play there from the Gorilla on the side of Karabasov. And now it actually looks like it is kind of snowballing a little bit. But while all of this is happening, yes, that tank line is falling, but the Umber is doing work as well. We've seen this before, and that's going to be Slooper's Umber coming in clutch, completely untouched. And it is going to send Karabasov, I believe, to the Shadow Realm here in 8th once again. Exactly enough damage.
Down to 0 HP. That's a rough one. 07 in chat for Karabasov being taken out by the most dominant Illuvial that we have seen so far in the tournament, which is the Tillicin line, if I say that correctly. The Rake in this case from Lemko. Just doing... not Lemko. But one of the Rakes. We see a bunch of them. Everybody's contesting them. We see actually 4 Rakes right now. Slooper, Selfless, Frodo, and Lemko playing it. So at this point, I think they just have to contest it to take away the Umber win condition from the rest of the lobby. And the Rake itself feels very splashable. You can throw it just in there and it's going to perform decently well. So I think very good decision here by most of our players to go for that. As we see right here, we have Lemko versus Hollow, and this is gonna be a tough one to go up versus the Scoriox right here, versus the Magma units, and this is just... yeah, Magma is just melting those nature units, burning them alive, and that's gonna be it for Lemko, down to 6 HP.
Ouch. Like, that one was kind of brutal to see there. I saw the Blazonite there for Lemko, and I was like getting excited and hopeful for them until I saw the Scoriox in the back. Because yeah, yep. the Rake is good, but it still needs to break into the bunker, and it has a hard time. And you have to have the perfect augments. You need to have the perfect drone augments to really support your Rake, which granted a lot of our players at this point are like very, very good at doing. But we can even see right here with Lemko right now. Optimal augments to me does not say fire imprint, nature imprint, and a component. So we won't get to see that unstoppable Umber like we are so accustomed to seeing. It's all relying here on the Blazonite for the damage, and we'll have to see how it goes this time by, because LNKO needs this win to keep themselves alive here in this game.
He had a beautiful reposition here away from all the fighters, but then the Riptorus decided to run over there again. Now they get rooted in place just to then take down the Rake. So the Root actually playing a trick on Lemko right here, and this is not looking super good. But the Blaze Knight still alive. Blaze Knight doing damage, and Lemko holds on to his life here in game number 2.
Yeah, the Root kind of trolled his own team in this instance here, because it kept the Riptorus directly next to the Rake. So the Rake fell pretty quickly, but if anything, it was just a distraction to let the Blazonite go nuts, and the Ranger being bound with the Blazonite for that additional, I believe it's additional Templar and additional Wildfire. So it's all kind of coming together, but it really relies on keeping that Blazonite alive. Otherwise, it feels like your damage is basically gone.
Yep, it is the main damage dealer at this point. And it's a good one at that. Do we have Wildfire? 3 Wildfire active as well with the Ranger and the Crunk.
Oh yeah, the Crunk's there too, even better.
Yeah, it's definitely still a good good affinity, a good composite affinity that you can play around, even if it doesn't have the biggest win rate at the moment, because just the whole units it involves is not so meta anymore at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe we should check out Hoshi, who has found himself at the bottom right now with 2 HP. He was second last round, right? So
that is correct, yeah.
Big change up right here. He's playing 8 Earth, 3 Granite with 2 Mystics online. So looks like a very old school composition that we see right here coming out from him with the Earth Granite.
Okay, don't get 1 or 2 more Mystics and then actually do well, because it might get nerfed again. But it's looking like we're setting up this foe, or this forest now, for success. Because yeah, you have all the tank you could possibly essentially want with the 7 Earth and the Granites. You have Bloom, so you're going to keep on healing and getting more damage over time the longer these fights go. And having Mystic there as a nice backup alongside all these empaths and healers, I mean, it might not be an unkillable team anymore, but you should still be extremely tough to take down as long as the forest doesn't get thrown away.
Yeah. It's still a very solid team, I would say. It's not like you're gonna win the lobby with it, but you might be able to not get knocked out in 7th place. And that's the goal right here for Hoshi, just damage control at this point. As we see him go up versus Selfless at this point, who is also at 38 HP and is not gonna give him an inch of an advantage if he doesn't have to.
Now, in this instance, though, water up against all of these earths is going to be a little bit problematic here for Hoshi, but let's see if they can make up for the difference anyway. Good shot here from the Sinoff, going to go through. Actually, maybe just end up going through the Malura and the Tianti, so it could have been worse. Second shot's going to tag the Ranger up, but the Ranger's got that shield ready and waiting. And now that Sinoff is finally going to fall before that third shot ends up coming on through. Gorilla on to the Ranger, but a good stun coming out here from the Goliath. Forest is still alive, though. It's getting amped up and ramping up with these bloom stacks. It's starting to become a bit of a menace, and it has backup. The Goliath was holding the line for so long, but a big Omega coming out here from the rake actually snipes down the Auras, and it's going to be able to clean up, which means that is going to be the end here of Hoshi here in game number 2. 7th place, unless LMKO was hit, unless they were playing each other. I can't quite remember.
No, it's... They're in preparation. MK was able to stay
Still living,
alive.
so that's going to be 7th. Yep.
Yeah, 7th place, and now it's Frodo and Lemko here on the bubble, and they're playing each other, of course.
All right, here we go. Classic rogues. We got the slashing on board.
That's gonna
big
be...
old front line here.
Yep, let's see the slashing. Can he do what he's known to do? Just dominate games and really pull through and be the main carry of the team that you need. We have the classic 7 rogues. Verdant coming out here for the side of Frodo, and the slashing doesn't look as explosive yet, but it's ramping up attack speed, and the Forest is already on it though, and it's gonna take it down in just a split second. That was faster than expected. The Blaze Knight doing a lot of damage as well on the backside here. Those are the top damage dealers, and the rogues just got melted.
All right, big round here for from Gale in that instance. Frodo does end up falling as well, of course, or does end up falling because of that in 6th place. So the rogues off the board. And I don't know if anybody else was really going to be contesting it in regards to Penguins. I'm sure they'll be happy to see some rakes off the board or back onto the back into the shop, but LMKO making its work. The Forest finding the right targets, getting rid of the Penguin to get ready for our next match in just a moment's time here.
Yes, sir. Let's see who is battling. Versus Hollow. Okay, we got another knockout match right here with the 2 corner compositions. We have on one side the Scoriox, on the other side the Blaze Knight. And then we have also this little ace who flies in. But our eyes are in the middle here of the battle board, where the tanks are battling it out. And it seems like the red side tanks are standing for much longer, but the green bulwark here, the Crunk, was holding on, but falls in the end. Now the red side is onto the backline a little bit earlier, which usually should give them the advantage here in this final moment that we see the Blaze Knight falling and the Scoriox taking the better of him.
I honestly thought that LMKO was going to be able to hang on there. They were focusing down the tanks like quite nicely, and the Crunk, with the assistance of the Wildfire, was actually sustaining pretty decently. But the Forest got immediately melted, I believe, by the Scoriox. Just ran out in front of the tanks and ended up going down. So with one big damage dealer taken out so quickly into that fight, it eventually just kind of snowballed from there. And now we have the Guildies back up against each other here. Heck, they both even got rakes. They both have Sinoffs. They are basically running not the exact same team, but teams with this a similar idea, so to speak. But one's got a big old mammoth, one has a beetle.
Yes, sir. The big old mammoth here in the front line is going to do a great job. Here comes a Sinalf Omega back and forth. They're shooting each other down, but one goes down and the other one does as well. But for one side, for the green side here, the Rake is still alive. And that's going to be so much value having this damage dealer. Also, the Ranger still alive. So Red just ran out of options, ran out of damage dealers here, and is able to take down Selfless. Is actually now pretty much at the same HP as Slooper. And yeah, they're doing really well. Everybody's still in. Everyone basically on their last life at this point.
2 guildies, 2 hypes.
1 dream.
In our top 4 to finish this. He has 1 dream to finish the lobby here in first place. And everybody probably within range of a kill shot if the loss is bad enough. So absolutely incredible to see. The 2 Sinolfs firing beams at each other was something like right ripped out of Dragon Ball Z, I swear. That was pretty funny to see.
Yeah, we can see it right here in a quick replay. It's coming in very fast, but really the advantage was that there is 1 rake in the way as well, which gets collateral damage, and that was really the difference maker in this match, I believe.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the rake actually surviving. Again, we've seen time and time again here so far in this tournament. Just such a critical unit to have in the final seconds of a fight.
Yes,
now
and since
Guilty Hype, Selfless Fishy.
Yes, let's watch. I want to see what Amafishy can do. We haven't seen this Riplands in action yet, and there is no rogues coming in for the side of Amafishy. So it's gonna be interesting to see if the Sinalf is gonna just be able to make the difference. Shoton here coming out from Amafishy, so big team overall here, and it's I have a hard time predicting this one, but I think just the constant damage of the Berserkers of the Shoton, that's gonna be enough to break open the frontlet here and win the game for Amafishy.
Absolutely, I'm feeling kind of similar, but I feel like I would be a fool to not bet on this Riplands, which granted is eating a big old blast from that Sinolf immediately. Sinolf is finally going to fall, and now look at even the Jotun is just doing so much damage. Sure, it is going to be just the Rake left, but this is a Rake versus what looks like 6-7 additional Alluvials and the Ranger. It's going to find 1, but now as the Jotun walks on over, it will end up falling. Is that enough for elimination here? It does look like it. We do lose 2. We have our final battle. Amafishy looking to make a comeback from 5th and last one, and Slooper looking for 2 wins in a row.
Yes, sir. You love to see it.
Or not 2 wins in a row, sorry. But
yeah, I think it was 3rd.
2 good games in a row.
Yeah, top 4, definitely top 3, I believe. And yeah, Amafishy. And earlier I said, oh, there was no rake, no rogues coming in, and the Sinolf is gonna be fine. But of course there was a rake, as everyone is playing rakes in this game. It feels like. And yeah, now we're gonna. Do we have a PvE round? No, we're going straight into the action, straight into the final game here.
Yep, this could absolutely be it, especially with Crimson Wastes online. So the Umber is online, fully loaded up on augments. But we still have a Rake that still has a lot of augments as well. Jotun fully loaded. Riplands fully loaded. Fernight's even fully loaded. Everybody's ready to rock, but where is this going to end up going? Let's see. Possible final battle.
Here we see the positioning advantage for the green side. Positioning the fighters onto the Umber, but the Umber actually dodges away every time somebody turns around to try to attack him. We're gonna see it right here. Riplands starts, but then has to walk away as the Umber dips into the shadow. Now it's gonna be Rake versus Umber here. Is it gonna be enough? The little bro trying to take down the Menace, the Umber, and it does not seem like it. And that's surely gonna be enough. Slooper takes game number 2 here in the IPL 500.
I mean, a valiant effort there from Little Bro to try and get that done, but it didn't help that the Ranger is also pelting you from the side.
Yeah,
but beautifully done from Slooper to get this one done. The Umber at the last possible second alongside what was already a strong team. The Mammoth with a big shunt onto the Riplands, threw it right into the back line, getting rid of the Quinks, getting rid of the Fernites, also making a big impact. We'll probably see it here in just a moment's time. But that just opened the door for the Umber to go nuts.
Yeah, what a crazy final match here. And the Rake actually performed not too bad. But in the end, again, the same win condition. Umber just pulling up ahead.
Yeah, even this first little blast, the charm came out a little bit late. against that Sinolf, and then the Tornado does finish it off. But it's that shunt from the Mammoth that really messed up the back line. No more stuns or no more charms, which just allows for the Umber to go absolutely crazy. Eventually down to this 2v1. But again, you're going up against your bigger brother, who happens to have a teammate as well. Yeah. And it's stacking steam.
That was
not much you can do there.
Not a fair fight there at all, but an amazing fight to watch for us. And yeah, it is the name of the game today. It seems to be Umber, and what you can do with it. Like you just gonna throw it into your team composition and play your normal game, it seems like. And then at the end, you might be able to actually upgrade that into, like you're gonna throw in the Rake and then upgrade it to the Umber in the late game and try to win that way in the 1v1 in the final match.
I definitely get it though, because we're seeing such an influx of fire use. You want to have something water, and one of the greatest things I think you kind of touched on a little bit earlier, you can splash in a dash or a Rake or an Umber. You could splash them into almost essentially any composition if you really felt like it, and that is a fantastic carry. It's a very, very clutch alluvial, and you don't have to necessarily have the perfect augments for it to be effective, because it's Omega lets you essentially have that one get out of jail free card, and with the retargeting. So you can almost always find some serious value. There's very few instances where the Umber or a Rake would get popped immediately. You'd have to position it pretty poorly for that to happen. So it's really good against fire. Fire's popular right now, and it's a good alluvial.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It has been pretty splashable before, like people have been just throwing it into many compositions. Also because you can easily get Steam online fairly early in the mid game if you can find something more valuable, or until you find your final bonding with your Ranger for the late game. It's also very good to have this. And yeah. We're going to see if in game number 3, 4, and 5 that are coming up very shortly, we're going to see more Umber domination here in the Illuvium Gauntlet IPL 500. We're going to take a quick break, and after that, we're going to be right back with the scores of the first 2 games and with the rest of the grand finals right here. Don't go nowhere. We see you in a second. And we are back here with the IPL 500. Shortly, we're going to join into game number 3, but first we're going to check out the scores of the past 2 games.
Yeah, we definitely a big shakeup after those last 2, so let's take a look and see. So far, leading the charge, it looks like Selfless, after 2 solid games, including the win in game number 1. Leading the charge, Slooper right behind, though. The 2 Guildies doing a fantastic job, followed up by the 2 Hypes of Hollow and I'm a Fishy. Then the 2 Atlases, and then with Hoshi and Leem KO.
I just reached out to Lemon KO, or just Lemon.
Lemon KO.
Yeah, he told me that his nickname, or it comes from Lemon, and or like the short form of it, and then he just added KO like in a knockout. So yeah, now we know Lemon.
Yeah, absolutely, and big thank you to you and Lemon for confirming that with us, because I felt bad constantly butchering their name. But then we have Ole Frodo, and then we have Karabasov rounding up the field, looking for a comeback after 2 very, very rough games. But the 2 Guildies leading the charge, eh?
Big shout out to Selfless and Slooper right here, coming in really hot in this IPL 500, leading the charge with 14 and 13 points, a big gap to the 3rd place as well. Well, big, 2 points, but a bigger gap than between them. So they're looking really good already in the early game and setting themselves up for the rest of the 3 games. They cannot calm down though. They need to keep performing, because we're not even at the half. We're only 40% in. So if you lose 1 round, suddenly you're not in the top very fast anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to see Guild in this instance for Selfless and Slooper to pull a McLaren like we're seeing in F1 right now, where you get a lead, you get comfortable. Oh, we can just play our game. Don't worry about it. We won't don't contest each other or whatever. Just have a good time, and then all of a sudden you start choking, and somebody else who was in 3rd a long time ago starts making the comeback, and it's still absolutely possible. Fishy, Hollow, pretty much everybody. Of course, it's a best of 5. We've got plenty of time. Things can absolutely have some major swings as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking a little bit dire for the bottom here. For example, Karabasov with 2 last places in the first 2 games. That's gonna be a little.
That's rough though. Yeah.
Yeah, like nothing is impossible, but at this point, you probably want to cut your losses and try to maybe aim for a 5th or whatever it has to be. Like, as I like to say, it is a comfortable position to be in as well, because then you can shift your mindset from the pressure of trying to win the tournament to the very underdog position of, hey, right now I'm trying to not go last. And that is a nice battle in itself, and something still, if you can be top 7, for example, or top 8 even in these big tournaments, that's still very respectable.
Yep, and then just taking it game by game. Sometimes you can really mess with yourself thinking about the whole tournament's point system as a whole, but just play the game in front of you. All of your goals, maybe I'm just shooting for a top 4 now, or maybe I can only make 5th. The one thing that doesn't change is the fact, just do well in the game you're playing. The one that's in front of you, the one that you're in, do as best as you can. And
yes, sir.
You do that enough times in a row, then all of a sudden, hey, I'm actually leading this thing. So you never know what can happen. You can't necessarily control what everybody else is doing. Just focus on what your game looks like, and make sure you have all of your I's dotted and T's crossed.
That is it. And yeah, like you said, sometimes you play for top 4, which can be a very different approach than trying to go for a win in a lobby. And yeah, it's a different kind of skill set as well. Right now we are in game number 3, and we are in round number 3. So that's the first PvP round. Players are going to be picking the weapons right now, and we're going to see how that goes. You see it on the right side. Something is different. Something is odd. It's 130 HP in Brightland Steps.
The first one we've had on stream all tournament, actually. So interesting to see, because now the tempo, from what we're used to pedal to the metal, constantly avoiding the death's door super early by like round 18, we could see some longer term play here, having so much extra health on board, maybe some different plays, a little bit more greedy play with your
Mhm.
economy, not spending as much, or you can just say, never mind all that. I'm going to hit the pedal to the metal anyway, dominate this lobby. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna see what tactics come out here. Usually, what I like to do in Brightland Steps is just go for 70 credit as fast as possible, getting the maximum income, because I can sacrifice my health to get there very comfortably. But as of per old IPLs, I think even in the IPL 1000, we saw players actually push for win streaks and not really trying to play too greedy, and actually try to keep their health pool healthy, even though they have so much more to go with.
That is the one thing too, because if there is a lot of people, I think the common consensus is kind of like how you were explaining it. Let's get 70 credits as quick as possible, and let's start cashing in with our interest. But what, of course, you're not doing in that instance is rolling a lot. You're not really securing your team a lot. So if somebody goes extremely fast and maybe tries to steal mud early, then they have so much extra health to just regain those credits anyway while they're on a win streak. So a little bit of like two different ways to play it. And my goodness, are there a lot of lynxes on the board this time?
Yep. You see them everywhere. Earlier said they got nerfed a bit, so they're not the most dominant thing in the early game anymore, but that doesn't seem to be the case. If you can get them, grab them, and put them on the board, and most of the time even in by the double, it seems like. We also saw a lot of players move most of their board onto the bench for a second. That is because they had a composite chip, or actually a basic affinity and class chip. So for example, if you move everything off your board and only keep the rogues on the board, and then you sell it, you're very likely to get a rogue of one of the three options presented to you. So that's what we see still players doing here when they remove all their board and just have those two fighters on the board. They're going for a fighter chip right here, for example, in Frodo's case. And yeah, there's another little skill expression thing. I don't know if it's a feature or a bug, but I believe it has been widely accepted as a feature by now.
Absolutely. I wouldn't want to see it go anywhere, because at the end of the day, you're trusting that you can get all of your alluvials off the board and on the board fast enough to up your chances. If you want to take that chance, it's not hurting anybody by all means. But I think I also see why so many people are going for lynxes. We've got the fighter lynxes this time, the relentless lynx that a lot of people tend to really like, because it does translate a little bit better into the late game compared to some of these other ones. I think we were discussing yesterday of like the fighter and say the rogue lynxes seem to still hold their own even if, as the game gets late. And that's why we see, what, 3 of them on the board, with Frodo holding 2 of them?
Whoopa. Yep. It's gonna be tough to get to stage 3. I'm not sure if people are rolling for that already, especially in the Brightland Steps, or if it was just naturally coming to him to stage 2 lynxes. What I also find interesting, for example, I'm a Fishy right here, doesn't even have it yet, but already has 5 fighters because he went for the double fighter chip. The one that he got from the crate, and also one through the fighter matrix. So that looks scary as well, especially for the early and mid-game fighters are so strong. Oh, wow.
Look at this draft deck. We've got fully loaded augments this time by here on some pretty juicy alluvials. Gnarl, or not the Gnarl, the Cling gonna get picked on up as the resistances. We'll take that, not too bad for damage or tank. Some DPS snowballing. The old Guardians grid is still on there on the Lura. And then Selfless, yeah, has one of my favorites right there onto that Penguin, where you had the attack speed stacking based off of every time you use an Omega.
Yeah.
And especially if you were to turn that or put that onto Penguin, that could be really ridiculous.
Yep, the resonating pulse reactor, such a good one, because you can play it in many compositions. You can play it with your fighters, your rogues, your scions, even your empaths. It does feel like a very versatile offensive augment, and I personally really like if I have something that doesn't lock me into a certain composition just with my augments already.
Absolutely. Now, next battle on hand here, and quickly, just to answer TSG in the chat, of course, we are game 3 and this tournament right at the halfway point as of this moment, and now we have I'm a Fishy versus Hollow Hype, the 2 hype players going to be battling it out. Little Lynxes on the right-hand side loaded up on augments, but it's going to go into the favor of I'm a Fishy. Emberling Rod detonation going to do some pretty decent damage, but this Lynx has basically been left alone this entire time, and with so many fighters, I imagine it's going to run them down, but at the same time, this is the perfect position for an Emberling Rod shot. Let's see if they can get it off onto the Lynx. One shot. Can we get a second pulse? That's exactly why I love this thing. It looks like you're going to get taken on down. Well, now you're carrying the squad, and you win this lobby. Or not win the lobby, you win this battle.
Wow. Yeah, there it is. That's just the most satisfying moment that you can get out of this weapon. Huge explosion into a grouped up enemy team. You love to see it. Really cool.
Eventually, in the later game too, when you get the upgrade for the second explosion, does I believe it's like triple the damage, and you put that on a team with 5 Scions. It's one of the most satisfying things in the game.
Yes, and here we see Frodo going up now versus Amafishi. Frodo now in green with the double lynxes. I want to see how they do. Actually, 2 big lynxes, 1 small lynx, and they are just hacking and slaying away, doing so much damage to the enemy team, which is not really tanky as of now. And yeah, there's just no chance for Amafishi. Frodo is going to take another win here.
Lynx Rush, apparently, my goodness, swarmed the board with them. And it wasn't even the one with the augments that did the most damage. But heck, it doesn't matter as long as you get the W in the end.
Yep, looking again at how many lynxes. Some people have sold their small lynxes. That gives an opportunity for the other players to find their stage freeze. But I would be surprised if we see any stage freeze, because people know how strong that is. So they're all holding on to their lynxes. There is a lot in play right now.
Absolutely. And with our next battle up here, Frodo versus Karabasov. So we've got some rogues, we've got lynxes. Let's see how this one ends up going on through. The one lynx on the left-hand side is getting immediately targeted down by Karabasov's. Nice little takedown, considering that one was the one that had the augments. Now onto the tank line is letting the 2 fighters on the left-hand side here, the lynx and the ranger, do some work. But now that the curl is done in the back line, it comes on through 3-on-1, and that will be the victory here. Just having the one lynx loaded up with all the augments with your ranger was enough to get the job done there.
Yes, and this lynx outperformed the other 2, considering that one of the enemy lynxes died just so early on. It's all about positioning, and having those lynxes on the outside positions often means they will be the most targeted, and actually your Grocko in the middle is not gonna be the main tank in those situations, and not gonna help those lynxes a lot. So sometimes you wanna do like he does right now, put those vulnerable and important units into the backline, so everyone else can really target the tank that you want to be targeting.
Exactly.
And now we're going to see Frodo versus Hollow. Let's see how that goes.
Let's see. Can the Emberling Rod wielding Ranger here for Hollow get the job done again? So far, so good. Some big damage directly into the center, focusing that app on. Blows up the tank, blows up the app-on, but there is still some pretty beefy fighters coming on through, and relying all of your damage onto these casts that could be a little bit inaccurate is kind of scary. The Ranger fighter does fall, but now you have 2 very strong and tall, relentless lynxes right in your face, but you're charging up the Emberling Rod. There's one shot, here's the second. Does get some good damage out, but now the lynx is right on top of you. It has its Omega. One more chance here with the Emberling cast, but nope, this time it's going to be the lynx taking the win.
Wow, we almost saw a repeated story here, but not this
Very
time.
close.
The lynxes took the better of the Emberling Rod. And Hoshi here on 130 HP, sitting comfortably in first with a full win streak here in the Brightlands.
The team doesn't even look that crazy.
No, that is nuts. What do we have? Harbinger. Ranger is Team Harbinger. 2 Scion, 2 Fighter, 3 Bulwark. Just like overall well-rounded. And I think it all came down to positioning, I guess. Because if that Lynx gets targeted, you lose the fight, it seems like. So it's just superior positioning.
Heck, they don't really have any damage. I mean, yes, of course, Harbinger is going to be a nice buff there for both the Axon and for your Ranger. But
yeah, it all relies on the Lynx.
Everything.
Yeah. Love to see it. So let's see. Let's watch how he does it. And he's definitely gonna level up soon, I think. There is a lot of good damage sitting on the bench right now. I would even think that the TNT might outperform the Matu. TNT is in. How many Scions do we have? 3 Scions at the moment. Coming into a little bit of a corner composition. Definitely looking strong here. Maybe a little bit of a roll because we are very, very close to some power spikes. Finding one more Mamu would be a huge power spike as well. But also Hoshi might just accept that his win streak has to end at one point and just gonna keep his economy strong and not roll away too much money at this point. Especially looking at the enemy team, Slooper here with the Rogue team is looking so scary.
Definitely extremely scary, but I do like what Hoshi's doing with this Fire Scion weapon, and it's not even dedicated towards Inferno, just strictly going for the Scions. But like you said, these rogues are going to be scary. The Stabbin in particular is looking rather nasty. It's untouched. It gets healing on every single takedown, and that alongside the rest of these rogues absolutely make mincemeat out of Hoshi's squad. That win streak ended brutally.
Yep, Slooper taking down Hoshi in grand fashion here. And yeah, Frodo is going to take the lead for now with a very interesting looking team as well. Fighters plus air. Not bad. And he has, look at that. You will like that one.
Hello, beautiful. That's the fighter one too. This thing is going to be incredible and very, very tough to take down. I was gonna say, get the epic quality up here. Oh, yeah. Let's see the absolute beauty that it says. I'm not biased at all. Let's take a look at my precious.
Beautiful. The stage 3 links definitely is gonna bring a lot of value here to Frodo, and it's definitely one of the reasons why he is up here at the top. Because all the other units look rather weak. We have a stage 1 Ray, a stage 1 Monk here. We got a Volante over here. We got a Cuculus, and that's pretty much it with the Grocco. So it's all up to the Lynx, and the Lynx is performing here. Already double, triple the damage. And now the Artes comes through with a beautiful Carpet Bomb here. And also the Inferno damage doing actually a lot of work. And the Lynx will eventually fall here. And yeah, Atlas is taking the lead again. Frodo now in second.
I mean, I'm heartbroken for the switch, but I understand why the switch was made. As soon as that ace evolved into Arctis, it's like, okay, yes, switch over to Inferno and take advantage of that. And without question, especially with the Ranger, they get their first cast of the Fire Scion weapon so quickly. So you proc Inferno almost immediately. And yeah, with it only being the Lynx right now for both damage and tank, because everything else was so squishy, you just had to kill everything else off and eventually just focus down the Lynx and you were golden.
Yeah, I don't know if he wanted to keep his win streak alive, because if he would just roll a little bit, because yeah, this Ray, this Monk here, okay, you are level, what, 7? But with these units, you're essentially level 5, it feels like. Those are pretty much non-existent in the game. Sure, they give you a little bit of a boost with 5 fighters, but that little bit of attack speed is not going to make up for a stage 2 unit usually.
Yeah, the way I think about it, does my unit right now get 2-tapped by a penguin? If the answer is yes, I'm in trouble. It's looking like rough spots there, but at least you got the Lynx for a little bit of backup as we now hop on over. And I don't know what the heck, what kind of Konami code that Slooper is pulling on through to constantly find this Burden Cleaver every single game, it feels like. Getting that very, very consistently. Has the classic Verdant Rogue up against a squad here with Paulo. Let's see how this one ends up going. Of course, classic, the Twine, you're constantly picked, but your role is literally just to die, get the puddle up there. But now they slowly but surely start to converge here onto this bunker, which is actually perfect prime time for that Emberling Rod from the Ranger to do some big AoE. If you could actually hit this Penguin, though, the augment that you were showing me there that heals constantly off of every takedown, even if you don't have a Verdant Puddle, keeps you nice and healthy. The Twine even lives in this one, didn't even have to go down. Big win.
Yep, and it even stacks up resistances. Like, this is one very scary, strong augment on those main carries that take a lot of kills, get a lot of takedowns. Like an Umber, a bird, and the
Penguin. I forgot about the resistances. I forgot it wasn't just healing. Yeah, you even get tankier, which is incredible.
Yeah, we're gonna watch more Sloop around here versus Frodo, and we're gonna see if the Lynx is gonna be able to pull ahead or if the Verdant Rogues are just too strong in this mid-game right now. It looks like a pretty good setup for the Rogues. Nothing is targeted too much here. The Ranger gets the most damage, but it's able to take down its opponents, and as we see this, they're just one by one carving their way through. Here we see the Penguin versus the Lynx right here, though, and the Lynx is winning this trade, and he's one by one taking down the Rogues. The Ranger left alive, but that's not gonna be enough. The Lynx taking the batter off the Rogues with 8,000 damage done. Just annihilating those squishy assassins.
Yeah, eventually was just able to find the Penguin, and then as much damage that the Penguin does, could not out DPS and out tank that Lynx. And the big thing there is we were just watching Frodo and they got completely ran over. We were talking about how it felt like their team would get two-tapped by everything. They found a Scarabok at least. They found the Scarabok, they added it to the squad, and it was able to hold a lot of those rogues into the middle of the back line so that the Lynx could actually go free and start kind of running over the rest of the fight.
Watching here some compositions of these players right now. So we have Hollow. He found the Sephoros and the Archelion. Maybe looking also for a Caradulux, but soon is going to move on to higher levels. We got Slooper here with an interesting build. Well, it is... He found the Gnarl, actually. Oh my god.
Okay, why not?
So that's gonna help him a lot in the mid game right here. It's super tanky. It falls a little bit off late game, I feel like, without the Colossus being active, but for now it's going to be super strong. We got Limon here in the bottom with an Octius as its main carry. Gonna see how that works out.
It's Octius, but then, like, nothing else, though, which is kind of odd.
Yeah, we got Karabasov fishing for the mud, still has a lot of time to do so, and is still sitting on level 5, so that's perfect for him. But for now, let's watch Slooper versus Limon KO.
All right, they dive on through, and of course, the Gnarl, it constantly, or like I was saying before, its point is just to die, but it's actually a tanky fella. It can survive so much more. Here comes some resets, though, from that Octius, able to take a ton of damage down onto some of these rogues. The Penguin is extremely low, but if it can find a couple of these last final shots, maybe, just maybe it could heal on through, but actually it doesn't even matter. The Ranger was going absolutely berserk with the assistance of the charms coming out here from the Quinks, and that's going to mean Limon KO takes a major smack in the face here from the Brightland Steps Vine.
Yes, the Vanguard is so strong on the Ranger. Usually when your Ranger has its composite affinities activated, Vanguard and Verdant in this case, it's very strong, but yeah, just this Ranger, this weapon on Vanguard is so strong, it feels like.
Absolutely, yeah. Bunker compositions are not safe. You are relying on tank, it does not matter. They're still shredding you one way or another. But hell, that is a rather beautiful addition here to Selfless Squad. We've got Ramfight with a Bulwark augment on top of it, making it just a tanky fella up against some of these rogues.
Let's see how that turns out.
Try and dive around it.
That's going to be a tough fight here for Slooper versus all of these fire units, and the Furiox and the Fernet in the front line are sitting very safe. The Gnarl goes down like it's nothing. It's getting burned by all these fire units. Here comes the Ramphi, doing a lot of damage actually to the Fernet, but the Furiox still left alive. Ramphi goes up into the air, finishes off the team of Slooper, and Selfless is going to take a stab at his guildmate right here.
That literally couldn't have gone any more perfect for Selfless. The Gnarl just ended up being a charging station for the Ramfight to get their ults, like at least 3/4 of the way charged up. Then Ramfight immediately walks up to the Penguin and pops its Omega on top of it. There is nothing that Slooper could have done in that instance. It helps too that Selfless had, I believe, is the Fernet. It had the Furiox, and the ranged damage dealers were also able to focus down to the Gnarl to let Ramfight get where it needed to go. So we have our next fight up ahead here. Karabasov and Selfless, same kind of composition, but up against a almost finished, or no, that is a fully finished 4-mud squad.
Wow, we got the 4-mud. We also got the Chukundi coming in, so very strong Predators. And Berserkers here coming in for the side of Karabasov versus the 5 Bulwark, 2 Harbinger, the Templars, and the Gorilla is in the midst of it. Gets stunned by the small Roku though, so huge value coming out from that small unit, still holding on, and all of the backline is still untouched. Here comes the Ram fight to assist, and that's gonna be it in seconds. Karabasov is destroyed, and Selfless is on a nice win streak up there.
Dang, all right. So even if you have all the mud and you have the additional Predator execution, I guess the execution damage does not matter if you don't get close to killing them anyway. And it kind of kept them stuck in the bunker. And seriously, the little tiny lesser Groko buying the stun onto the Gorilla, making it so not only was there no damage done to the carries, like the Furiox or the Fur Knight, but no stats were stolen either.
Yep, actually, well played there by Selfless. We see why he has been a TFT pro for most of his career, or most of the last year, it seems like. And now we're gonna go corner composition versus corner. Who is gonna take the best of them?
I mean, it's going to rely onto this Ram fight and rely onto the little Alfie with this Emberling shot. Let's see if they can find some value in this blast. It's going to be the one onto the Fur Knights. Meanwhile, the Ram fight Omega honestly didn't really do squat. It gets the Archelion somewhat low, but it's the Archelion. It's going to be able to heal itself up. It's got verdant. As I say that, it does go down, but I think enough time was bought. They turn onto the Axon. Now it's just a battle of the backlines. This is a 3-on-2, however. Once that Sephoris fires it off, it'll blow it right up, and that will be the Sephoris and the Ranger taking the win there.
Let's check the stats, because we have so much damage from the Furiox, but on the other side, we just have 3 units that did a total of 15,000. So yeah, the triple damage dealers here on the right side were just enough tank-wise, also way more tankiness, and then I think where we definitely see a big difference is also in healing done. So overall, yeah, just a little bit stronger in those similar compositions.
It's like, I know the general consensus is that you kind of want to stack one Alluvial, make it supercharged like we see with that Furiox with the bonus attack speed and the attack damage as energy double buff. But having that damage kind of split up, allowing multiple units to really prevail and do well in fights here, and not putting all your eggs in one basket can sometimes find some value, even when stacking one is usually the preferred option.
Yeah, we're gonna soon go to the bottom of the game right here.
Fishy had the Rip Lance.
He had it for a while. I wanted to show it earlier, but didn't really find the opportunity to. I think for like 5 rounds he already has this Ripe Lance, and I guess that's the reason why he's sitting at a win streak, right?
This all makes sense now, and 3 Berserker on top of that. Oh yeah, he's got the Greater Monk here as well, so beautiful.
Yeah, really good. But we're gonna go now to the bottom with Slooper versus Karabasov. For both of them, this is a really important fight, but Slooper, he found what he needed. He found the slash, and he has the Malura, and that is looking deadly. Combined with 6 air units as well, with the dust, that is looking like a really strong team right here.
Okay, so not only do you have sustain, you have tank, you have plenty of damage. What else could you possibly want here? You've got healing too with combat rhythm as well. So this is setting up the Penguin for success. It has all the protection, all the stuff that it will need, as long as it doesn't get touched. It doesn't get its damage stolen from it, but it's kind of leading the charge. Now the Malura, it gets there just in time though. The Penguin is going to be focused for just a little bit. Big stun coming out here from the Apon. Just a moment's time. It transfers over all of its statistics over to the Monk here, but it is going to end up falling. It is just up to this Gorilla, up to this Chakondi. They will get swarmed. They will fall. Karabasov is going to get knocked on down to 26. Not down and out, not on death's door yet, but having a rough time.
Yep. You don't want to... You go up versus the lobby last person, and you see they just hit all their power spikes. They have, of course, the Nar from earlier, but now the Malura and the Slash in the big 2 win conditions for the Rogues join the ranks, and that is deadly.
Absolutely. 310 damage per pop here from that slash. And of course, this thing starts swinging pretty quickly as things goes on. Even the little Valente getting some board time here just to make sure you secure that 6 air buff and make it so that your squad's extremely tough to hit. And looking at the squad on the other side, I don't see any clumsy.
That's gonna be rough. The Ranger here is in the middle with the AoE damage from that weapon. That's gonna be huge. But we are looking at this Krunk, who is able to get a blind out and buy so much time. It is still alive. Finally goes down to the charm. The Gnarl on the other side still alive too. Everybody's refocusing on the Ranger though, which falls. Arcelion falls as well. But the Slash-in, the big penguin, is still alive and going strong. Now being focused and taking so much damage. And in the end, the last unit standing is the Ramphy plus the Gnarl. It's going to be very close, but a little bit of a positional difference is going to take Slooper down to 17 HP. Not going to be able to bust that corner composition.
The Penguin is looking mortal. My goodness, it's not the end-all be-all like we've seen before. He was a very good fight on both ends, very, very close, but now this does put Slooper in a really, really rough spot going up against Fruto. Of course, the Lynx has the Jokol as well, completely loaded. This looks crazy.
Yep, and Slooper, I think... Wait, let me check the score real quick. He is currently sitting in second position. He needs to perform well. He can't go out last here. Let's see how he does versus Frodo.
Got to see how this Ram fight does. In the past, its Omegas have kind of just been air balls for the last little bit. Can this one actually hit a good spot? Right now, kind of on the outside, going towards the Ranger, going towards the Mammoth. It's just going to end up getting the Mammoth. Maybe not a whole heck of a lot of value there, but while it's doing its thing, the Penguin is right next to the Gnarl, actually getting the Lynx as it's attacking the Gnarl with the Ranger as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the units swarm down the back line. Big win here from Slooper to keep them in the game.
Yes, and taking Frodo down to 20 HP. Super important win here for Slooper, staying in the game. And I think as long as it's not like a super strong, sustain corner composition, it's going to be hard for the Penguin to lose. Like... It's if you don't have like crazy heals and tanks, the Penguin is just gonna transfer your team into Shashlik. I don't know.
Now this one's gonna be scary though. Lehman KO in position to possibly get knocked out, but I think they just found this Umber, and they do also have Clumsy, and it's actually attached to the Sin-Off of all things. So they have a way to hit this air. They have a way to hit the rogues. They have a Illuvium that is fantastic at end of fight scenarios. Let's see if they can get the job done. Ramp fight to the skies. It hangs on and it does some pretty serious damage. But where's the Umber? As everybody else on the back line is getting shredded, it is all down to the Umber. And that is an Umber versus 5, essentially half health or greater units. That will be the elimination here of Lehman KO as well as Frodo, it looks like, as they fall. And at the same time, Hoshi is going to go down. So that's Frodo in 6th, Hoshi in 7th, and Lehman KO in 8th.
Monster kill. 3 people fall at the same time. And among them is someone that was playing or was actually getting the Umber, which everyone else will be very relieved to see the Umber fall. Now they can pick it up themselves, and the threat is gone for now. Slooper just pulling on through, and that ramp fight, getting that Omega out was huge. I think we have a replay right here. Let's see if we can check it out one more time. I wonder where all...
Go ahead, sorry.
I was wondering where all the healing came from, because every auto hit, it healed like so much of its life. It falls down very fast to below 50, like here. Oof. And then it always heals against the damage. Keeps
the verdant puddle maybe coming out from the Ranger, because the Ranger walked with it, so that kind of kept it up a little bit. At the same time, it did feel like maybe some of the Omnivamp stacking maybe kind of went in their favor as well, and maybe that's right there. Yeah. The impact reactor coming on through, making a tankier as well, of course.
Yeah, good augment choice here on the ramp fight. I'm never sure about this Breach Pulse Reactor, where you get 4-second damage amplification after hitting a shield, because I'm not sure how long it's actually up in the air, but it's probably not 4 seconds. So if you hit a shield before you go up into the air, you're actually going to get a 25% damage amp on your Omega, I believe, which sounds terrifying.
I've seen some stupid stuff where people stack 3 of those onto one alluvial. The
Okay.
funniest one I had seen was somebody stacked it on a monarch. It would shoot the shield and then do a carpet bomb and just melt everybody. It's
Oh.
super situational, but could be done as we have our next battle here with Slooper and Hollow Hype. Let's see how this one goes.
Yes, we have another corner composition that the Vanguards, the Slash, and wants to break open. Ram fight again, casting with no health. But this time it doesn't do as much damage. The Rebel rolling in as well, though, but it seems like it has been enough AoE damage for the Slash and to do the rest. It's hanging on to its dear life, though. Here comes a big charm from the Malura. But the Malura takes over and takes down the backline one by one, doing so much damage.
Oh, that was a breath of fresh air. It's actually the Malura that ends up being the carry. That was incredible. Big step-up moment there for the Malura and the Polar Bear.
Yeah, and the Ram fight, like the Ram fight plus the
It was
Rebel,
a big Omega, yeah.
Yeah, they just did enough damage so the Vanguards could take over and actually one by one take them down. Yeah, good on you, Malura.
Draft deck absolutely, and the draft deck actually having fully loaded augments as well. No components this time. As we see the replay here, it all essentially started off here with Ram fight, I believe, chunking everybody for the most part. At least the squishy targets was chunked down to half. And even though the Penguin got focused down, it was still able to kind of pop off.
Yeah, Bramfight again getting a clutch Omega out, almost dying. And then the Rebel roll did so much damage as well. And we just want to see quickly how this Malura just one by one doing so much damage in the end.
The augment on it, is that the one that gives you crit and damage on takedown that everybody essentially ignores? On the left, right there.
Yes,
yeah, that
exactly.
one. So
yeah, that must have been it. Interesting choice on the Malura, as we see here again. Slooper trying to keep himself in the game versus Karabasov, who was able to get into the top 5. Good on him, and they're gonna fight for their lives here in game number 3. And it's gonna be a tough one. The Blotto still alive, falls in the end, and the Vanguards are cleaning up the battlefield. That's gonna be it. Karabasov out in 5th, but respect for him to picking it up and actually getting almost into the top 4 right here.
Absolutely. Big comeback here for Karabasov, especially since it looked like, at least early on, they were kind of out of juice. They were really scrapping to try and put mud together in a very, very late stage. I think it was like level 17 or 18. They were still trying to find all 4 of them. But being able to make it all the way to the top 5, big push there for them. We now have our next one, Slooper and Hollow, going at it.
Yes, sir. And it looks very similar to earlier, where we have 2 guilds and 2 hype in the top. Slooper and Selfless, and Hollow and I'm a Fishy. And yeah, it's going to be Slooper versus Hollow here. Corner composition versus the Vanguards. Let's see how that goes.
I mean, it's a very, very tanky squad here, but we have Vanguards, which absolutely love shredding through these tanky alluvials. There's Rampfight one more time, gets shot down before the Omega comes out. So those Scions are going to survive a lot longer compared to before. But both of these Vanguards are doing some serious work. Big stun from the Goliath. It takes down the Malura. The Penguin was getting focused. Where is the Ferox damage? There it is. And when the ramp fight does not get its juice, nobody can follow up and get the finishing blows, get the snowballing going, and Slooper is going to fall in 4th.
What a crazy fight here. You love to see it. Hollow with the Nature Verd and Granite Invoker, triple Invoker. We haven't seen this in a long time. Invoker corner composition. It's very satisfying to play. Let's watch him play it versus Arma Fishy, who got some right plans here.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. If they can box out that Rip Lance for a little bit of time, maybe somehow get it focused. But you have to deal with the Jotun. You have to also deal with the Blazonite. There are a lot of threats, and I love the last-minute move onto that Goliath. Let's see if it can stall things out.
Yes, we got the Jotun and the Riptorus, the Riplan, stuck on the Goliath. But once the Granite invulnerability is gone, it falls in just 2 seconds. Next on the chopping block, the Twine. And now the Crunk. They're just marching through those tanks. Are the Invokers going to be able to ramp up the damage and now finally finish off all those fighters? We need one more cast from each of you, but it's not going to come through. And Blaze Knight, Jotun, and the Mammoth are going to finish off the Ranger here. That's going to be it for nobody. Still Hollow, Arma Fishy, and Selfless. Top 3 here in game number 3.
I mean, that was so close, right? It couldn't have honestly gotten any better here for the squad. Dealing with the Goliath early, hate seeing it get popped so soon, but at the same time, it stalled up the Rip Lance long enough. So by the time it reached the bunker, the Crunk had its blind ready, and it was like any sort of crowd control that could have been used to stall off that squad was used exactly as it needed to be. But it still was just too much damage. There was not enough time for one more cast from those Invokers. And just unfortunately for Hollow Hype does end up getting a decent hit, but not done just yet.
And we see here a quick replay of what happened in the later stages of the fight. And it seems like it was so close. Just a little bit more time. Like, give them 3 more seconds, 1 cast more each, and it's gonna be enough to finish off the enemy team. But yeah, in the end, Jotun doing so much damage.
Did the Blazonite Tornado stop the Emberling Rod twice?
Oof.
That could have been an absolute brutal turn of events. I could very well be wrong, but I seen the little seed fly out, but I did not see it explode on 2 occasions because of Blazonite. These later ones up here.
Here he comes again. That one got
says immune. Right after the immune.
Oh, it cannot be stunned while it's charging as well. That is crazy. Right, back to life. We got, by the way, Selfless sitting at 60 HP. How does he do it?
Yeah, sitting pretty, and at the same time, this is the 3rd game in a row they're on the podium. So this is looking so good for them as we have our next battle here. Going up against I'm a Fishy. Ramfight is right on top of the Blazonite. It doesn't even need the Omega to take it down. It's just going to chop it naturally with its claws. Going to fire off an air ball, but it doesn't matter. You got the job done anyway. You didn't need the Omega. Monarch going to come on in, fly on through. Just a matter now of dealing with this Jotun, and that will be absolute cakewalk considering what's still here on the board. I'm a Fishy going to take a massive hit, if not get completely taken out here in this one.
Okay, I think we have to next game. Game number 4.
That's it, actually. Selfless again.
He wins the lobby.
Selfless
I was just going to say,
again.
next game we're going to follow Selfless along because I want to study his gameplay. He's dominating this IPL 500 here, and I want to figure out his secret. This is crazy.
That is 2 out of the 3 games here being won by Selfless. It is incredible to see. Just finding the value in this one. And take a look at the build, because to be honest, like I was gonna say, it doesn't look too scary. Let's be honest, you got a Monarch, a Scoriox, and a Ramfight. Yes, this team looks absolutely scary. What am I talking about? But essentially, everything is itemized. Everything has augment-wise is exactly where it needs to be. The battle momentum as well. So Monarch's getting like high value, Scoriox getting high value, and heck, the Ramfight didn't even need to Omega to eliminate its core target there. So. Like, some of that is positioning, but some of that is just this team comp.
Yeah, definitely a good combination of all of it, and crazy to see. We have the Fernite here with energy attack damage, stacking attack speed. We got the Goliath with the stasis reactor, and the Dance and the Cascading stasis reactor. So really good combination here for a solo frontline tank, also with the Granite. No, this one doesn't have Granite. And then the 2 carries, Scoriox and Monarch here. We got at 50% health cleanse and become untargetable for 2 seconds. So that's like a second life for him. Plus being immune as well, and the Breach Pulse Reactor as well, damaging those shields that those empaths all have. And then we have extra energy attack damage with the Synchronizing Pulse Reactor here on the Scoriox, stacking attack speed. And another one. Triple Pulse Reactor here. 2 times the synchronizing and 1 time the resonating.
The piercing as well, too. Just stacking is just going to be essentially incredible. As if the Scoriox doesn't already hit hard enough, but now it does not care about your defenses, is pretty cool. But again, that's going to be Selfless. 2 wins so far here in this IPL 500 Grand Final.
Yes, sir. Call me crazy, but I just figured out that all the augments of the same color have the same name. I didn't realize that until now. Like all orange ones are actually pulse reactors, just with a different pre-word, and it goes for all the things. All right, that's gonna help me a lot. Remember
Makes
those.
sense.
That's gonna help me a lot. That's good to know.
Hey, it's not just you. I didn't realize that either. Good call.
All red ones, for example, are force reactors, and then it's the hyper force reactor, the charged force reactor, the piercing force reactor. Why did nobody tell me that? That's gonna make it so much easier to remember. It doesn't feel so random anymore.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep, that makes sense.
Well, GG's, well played to Selfless yet once again. And yeah, next game, I think a lot of you will enjoy this as well. We're going to follow more Selfless along and see his journey. Of course, we're going to see some other players as well, but I think it's always cool to watch one player that, especially when they are dominating a tournament, and really try to figure out how they do it and learn from their gameplay.
Absolutely, and I know we didn't necessarily follow them too much in this one, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this one ends up going as we see our scores in this one. First off, before we even actually talk about the score itself, this has so far been a guild lockdown of first place. Selfless, Slooper, Selfless. Everybody else kind of in a position to have to try and step up here as Selfless leads the charge by 4 points already over Slooper, 22 compared to 18.
Yep. That is crazy to see. We have Hollow, though, from Hype coming up also with 18 points. So has been able, by just consistently placing high in those games, to rake in a second place right now. Currently, yeah, losing the tiebreaker, though, to best placement of the win of Slooper. Then we have 17 points, I'm a Fishy, so very close top 4 right there. And then we have a big drop-off to the bottom 4 with 6 points difference to place number 5 with Hoshi, then Limon, KO, and Frodo and Karabasov. Karabasov now only 2 points away from 7th place. Big comeback right here.
Absolutely. But for anybody outside of the top 4 at this moment, for them to essentially win the tournament, we need to see some catastrophic failures from basically everybody in the top 4. I feel like this is definitely one of the peakiest, I suppose, IPLs that we've had here so far, but with good reason because, let's be honest, Selfless and Slooper and Hollow, or even put I'm Fishy in there as well. Very consistent, very strong games, especially for the first 2.
Yeah, exactly. All of them have like one throwaway game somewhere in there, but all of them like the lowest in the top 4 of a single positioning was one time 5th place by my Fishy. Everything else is top 4 consistently.
When your throwaway game is 4th, you're doing all right.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I love to see it. And yeah, definitely like the 2 things that stand out most here, I believe, is Selfless with a 4-point advantage over the 2nd place, and then 4th place I'm a Fishy with a 6-point gap to the 5th place. So cool to see, and very consistent gameplay and consistent results here, which I think is another testament of these players and the balance of the game. And I know we like to complain a lot about RNG, but I think this kind of proves in some form as well that the RNG is not really the main deciding factor in those games.
Mm-hmm. And here's where I'm going to end up getting canceled, because over this last little bit, we've had very strong Illuvium players. But I would argue we never, like, we have some guys that are probably like right on the borderline, but have we had professional gamers, esports players? Like, everybody's kind of leveling up and whatnot, but like a lot of our Illuvium veterans, for example, yes, they know the game extremely well. However, you can see that things like RNG like really bother them, really bug them. Meanwhile, like some of these people who are, I guess, coming from TFT and whatnot, some of these other esports players, it's not necessarily like, oh, I fall apart when RNG wrecks me. It's just adapting and being able to be flexible, not having a composition that you one trick, and not crumbling if a certain region happens to throw legendary augments at you. You capitalize immediately. And I feel like this is kind of the beginning of what could very well be a turning point in competitive Illuvium, where we are going to see a lot of our veterans maybe fall right off. We've kind of seen it a little bit already, where these new players are coming in and like taking the spots of what normally used to be like not guarantees, but we would expect certain players to be there. But these esports experienced players are coming on through. They don't care about what's thrown in front of them. They adapt and they win and get consistent.
Yeah.
It's not RNG, it's adapting.
100%. I don't want to count our veterans out at any point, but I totally agree. This is where we actually have outside competition in real pro players coming in, and some of the League of Legends of the Illuvium veterans have been challenger players, have been in TFT worlds as well, and have been somewhat of professional players as well, and semi-pros and whatsoever. And they have been improving over the last years as well. But now is the point where you have to prove that you can compete with the best of the best, when the best of the best from other games, from established games over the last 10 years, come in and try to take away your title. And even though Selfless and Slooper right now seem to be, or especially Selfless seems to be dominating right now, this doesn't mean a lot, right? We had Amafishy dominating past tournaments, and now he's on 4th and stuff like this. So we won't make a conclusion right here after just one tournament, but yeah, I'm really excited to see what's coming next, because this could be the beginning of the end for some of these players.
Yeah, and again, this isn't me rooting against our Illuvium veterans by all means, no. And there is reasons why we still see veterans still at the top. But what I'm just thinking that some of these past esports experienced players coming up through is definitely exciting. It might be a little bit of a shock to the community, shock to the system of sorts, but I'm still rooting for you. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, sir. As we have game number 4 coming up here in the IPL 500, we're gonna go straight into it. We are just on round number 4, so the players are choosing their weapons at the moment.
Perfect timing. Brightland steps again.
Yes, sir. Another 130 HP, so buckle in, guys. We're gonna see some crazy late game composition again. This just gives so much more room for those stage 3 crazy compositions to turn up. And we're gonna see Scorioxes, we're gonna see maybe Behemoths with Chotun and Seer and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've been so accustomed to having some of these higher tempo regions, especially after last week where we had, I think it was Crimson Waste, like 3 weeks or 3 games in a row. But it is a nice change of pace, seeing what happens when we get to slow the game down ever so slightly here. And curious what's being run in regards to the weapons for anybody. What kind of code did Slooper put in to find the Verdant Cleaver again? I'm just going to take the guess. I'd be surprised if he didn't get it. But he's had some pretty good luck here today.
Let's see how it is. Okay. We have no rogue weapons, I believe. Not a single one. Let's go from the top. We got Lemon KO with the air fighter weapon. Then we got Frodo with the fire bulwark that won last round. We got Firefighter on Hollow. The water bulwark Ripple Flail on Slooper and Amafishy. Water Scion Aqua Blaster on Selfless. Sylphid Blade. Water Firefighter on Hoshi. And then Karabasov with Earth Empath weapon right here.
All right, so holy water. We have it everywhere. I think we're almost kind of overcompensating a little bit for the popularity of fire by trying to hard counter it here with the water. And then there's just Lima KO and Karabasov doing their own thing. They got the air fighter. They've got their Earth Empath. They're doing their thing.
Yes, sir. I'm also interested to see who is going to go on a win streak this time, because it seems like in Brightland Steps, it's usually a bit easier to go on this win streak early on, because a lot of players are not focusing on preserving HP, so their boards are going to be very weak. So, for example, we see Lemon KO right here with already leveled up to level 5. Everybody else is still on level 4. And everybody else will just say, hey, take it. I'm going to focus on getting my income up. I have enough health to deal with this.
And I guess nothing really like majorly standing out. I mean, I guess Karabasov already having the Greater Monk here is a nice find for themselves, but everybody else still in a very, very flexible point in this one. Oh, actually, Selfless did find a flare already. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, a little fun fact here coming out from our backend analyst. We have Amafishi with 3 out of 3 times using the fighter air weapon. And nobody else has had the same weapon in all of the finals so far. And he always went for Berserker Dust every single game. But, well...
Unfortunately for them now, Combo Breaker.
Combo Breaker, Lemko has it this time, and Ripple Flail coming out for Amafishi. He couldn't find it again, but I'm sure he would have taken it. Maybe he's going to reroll for it and find it later on.
I mean, let's be honest, the Water Bulwark weapon, the Flail, might as well be a fighter weapon with how much damage it does.
Yep. It is pretty crazy. So much fun to play with.
And depending on what they bound it to, yeah, they already have Harbinger actually online too, since they bounded it with the Flish there. So nice little early start here, and no wonder Fishy's having a good start.
Yeah, finding that Axon early is so valuable. Getting that Harbinger online is such a good early game composite. Then we also see a similar story here coming out from Slooper, also finding the Axon. Doesn't have a Scion unit yet on the board, so no Harbinger active there yet, but surely to come very soon, I would assume. And then further down, Karabasov found a Kukulus, plus the Ampath Ranger got bonded to the Tattoo piece, so we have Enchanter down there active as well. And this is usually something that is very important in the early and mid game, getting your Ranger composite synergies online as fast as possible.
Absolutely, and then just even have the Enchanter as a little bit of a sustain option early is something that I don't see really a lot of, and personally I've been trying to kind of play around with it a little bit. That way, like, I don't even have to necessarily have many tanks, just have the tiny little bit of Enchanter buff. But I'm curious why we don't see it too often. It's I don't know if it's just the alluvials that it happens to be on, or if the class is just kind of underwhelming as this moment. But either way, the fight in hand here, we have both of our guildies taking battle up against each other once again. And with the leading charge here of this Axon, we will see Slooper currently put the herd on to Selfless.
Yes, Selfless sitting in the bottom, and I almost forgot what we were trying to do, but yes, we're gonna follow Selfless along and see how he does it, because I'm sure he's gonna bring out some magic again. Right now he's on a lose streak, so this is definitely one of the best things you can do in Brightland Steppes, maximizing your income by guaranteeing a lose streak. The other side of the coin is Limonco here with the win streak, but this is way harder to sustain, and a lose streak in Brightland Steppes is usually something you can easily guarantee. I think Selfless would even remove his good units just to put trash on the board to guarantee losses versus other bad players.
I mean, you got plenty of health to really play with, right? At the end of the day, health is a resource. All that matters is if you have one. But into our next bout here with Selfless. Curious to see how this one goes, because as of right now, it's not too bad. The little Riptor doesn't necessarily have that much damage without very many augments. Of course, has its tiny little sting, but as we are eventually going to see, the Lynx is going to, I think, make up for it. The 2-on-1, I mean, Selfless is in position to maybe win this one. Ranger Blast is going to go right into the Lynx, but it is actually now the Fleesh, and that is barely going to be enough. If you're going for the loss streak, it is over. Maybe it's time to hit the gas.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation here if you wanted to stay on the loss streak. It was almost the perfect loss where just one unit is left alive and you take very little damage. But in the end, the Fleesh able to take down the Lynx. And it was a little bit unlucky as well. There was the Atipo who almost ate another Fleesh laser, but it didn't happen. But yeah, nevertheless, these players are going to go up to 70 gold very fast, getting to maximum income very fast. And now we're going to see him facing off versus Frodo with the double Lynxes. The itemized Lynx taking the long route outside. It's going to stay safe over there. But as soon as I say it, a Fleesh laser almost takes it down immediately. holding on to a little bit of life here. 1%, and it's going to be enough to take down Selfless and give him a big hit to his health bar. One more time, falling below 100. Down to 101 HP.
Yeah, lots of hits early, but again, got lots of time to turn this one around.
And we can still look a little bit at other compositions since we have our beautiful overlay at the moment. Especially I want to figure out what is Hollow doing at the moment. He's also sitting at 101. Playing a little bit of everything, it seems like, with the Strike Boomerang. Likely gonna go for Infernal Arcanite. You gotta see how that turns
out. Based on the stats, of course, that would absolutely make sense. However, it doesn't really seem too decisive as of this moment. A lot of our players right now seem to be a little bit indecisive, at least now down towards the bottom. Like, I still don't know exactly where Selfless is going in particular, but let's see. This time we're riding with Selfless one more time here. It has the Flare trying to lead the charge, but look at how quickly this thing just ends up popping. Spin the win or spin the lose. We'll have to see how this one ends up going. That laser goes immediately into the Caradulo, and with the double empath links actually, the Verdurous links is just keeping everything topped off. This squad here from Selfless only now just finally makes a dent taking care of the Caradulo, but everything else is going to slowly waddle their way over and take care of the rest of this backline.
And the interesting point that we are leading up to right now is once Selfless decides to stabilize his board and trying to convert his current situation into a win streak. And this is what I'm looking forward personally the most, because that can be one of the hardest things. You have to roll, you have to bring in new units, maybe pivot your team and stuff like this. So we're going to see how that turns out. Right now, it's a very just basic build. 5 Bulwarks, 2 Scions, nothing fancy. Nothing crazy, getting the Harbinger in now as well, so it's shaping up a little bit, but there's definitely going to be a turning point that we will be able to spectate.
Yeah, with a setup like this, it does, I guess, really put the emphasis on, say, getting to level 7, level 8, because you have a decent front line. You gotta evolve them still, granted, so you still have a little bit of time, but get to level 7, level 8, and you have quite a few, I guess, carry options that you can go for. With having so many bulwarks, it does lean more towards a Scion style. But I mean, there's nothing against randomly finding a Riptorus or a Riplance. There's nothing wrong with finding an Umber. Heck, there's Scoriox is available. You can have a couple of different options with this kind of style. You've just got your front line. Now you just need your carries. And I see a Penguin on board. Maybe that's the option.
Yeah, Penguin coming in. I'm really curious to see what comes out of this, because this weapon kind of limits your choices, right? You can go 8 water, which it looks like the transition is slowly happening here with the Penguin being quite a strong indicator for that. But then your win condition, the Umber, is contested. But at this point, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place is still pretty good for Selfless. Also, we just had a weapon amplifier, and I don't think I saw anyone swap. Everybody's staying with their weapons right now. So yeah, we're gonna see how that turns out as the water units turn to face the fire, but the fire has Furiox on their side, which is a pretty strong Illuvium for this stage of the game. So I don't think Selfless is gonna be able to beat this one right here. There's just too much damage coming out from the Arcanite so early on in the match.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what everybody else is doing at this moment as well. Again, Selfless is doing this exactly right in regards to, like, losing, but losing close. Because given the amount of times that they have gone down, being at 86 here on Brightland Steps isn't necessarily too bad. But yeah, I'm just interested as to what the next step would be.
Still a lot of room to work with, a lot of HP to work with. I mean, we can swap maybe to Lemko in the top, check out what he's doing, because he's still sitting at 130 HP. A full win streak, I guess now 11 wins deep at this point, and it's looking really good. He's playing a TB Ruko. Not sure how that fits in there and what his goal is.
I was just about to say, unironically having TB Ruko, but you're not going for Shock.
Or Revenant.
Yeah,
I've
you
never seen a
could,
TV
but just
Roku
not.
that has no composites activated, I think.
Yeah, because normally I know my joke is that the thing's basically a diving meat shield otherwise, but we'll have to see how they end up utilizing it here versus Slooper. As of right now, it's just kind of messing and essentially just giving the Archos some charge. It's going to actually use its Omega, and this might be one of the few times I've seen an Archos Omega actually take a unit down. And the rest end up tearing on through. Riptorus there this entire time was also just healing and dealing tons and tons of damage.
Yep. Isn't that a beautiful commentator's curse? We swap over, and after 11 rounds in a row, he finally loses a round. But yeah, we swap over, and all we can do is question his team composition. And it seems like he was just playing the tempo, but not really having something crazy good, like some crazy good team composition. Just putting more money into the board, into leveling up and stuff like this so far.
I mean, as long as they're careful about it, I guess you can now see what everybody else is going for and then maybe try to pick something a little bit less contested. But you did kind of pigeonhole yourself a little bit. Yeah, you do have the Berserker. I mean, Revenant is an option if that's something you do want to end up going for. But again, unless the only thing that would be ridiculous is if it somehow turns over to Scion, because they have absolutely nothing in regards to Scion. But like, hey, rogues you want to do? Go for it. Fighters you want to do? Go for it. You have plenty of options.
Yes, and the 6 air also always an options here with 3 air units already with the dust and everything. And I'm sure
oh, here we go.
Limonco will come up with something. But yeah, we have the full circle. We return back to Selfless. And Selfless, since we watched him last time, has made a big jump. Most notably, the Rake is now in as the main carry.
Yeah, they're going to pivot this into what looks like 8 water as well. So it's a nice little setup here. Nice little Alfie Blast that does have some augments on top of it as well. Maybe not necessarily the perfect ones, but you still got some pretty decent damage here. Gets through the one, and the Rake is going to clean up the rest. Same thing with the Ranger. Even the Flare getting involved, spinning directly on top of the Ranger's face, taking them down. The time to hit the gas for Selfless is right here, right now. I imagine we're going to see them shoot up the board soon.
Yep, now is the time we want to keep watching. I think we just saw him sell the board. Usually do that to get to another income stage. But I would assume now with, I think, 2 wins in a row, he's going to push even more money onto the board and try to secure a win streak and make up for the early losses a little bit.
Absolutely. And the fact that your lose streak only ended at 86 health, that is still fantastic. You have plenty of time. You have plenty of wiggle room to make a mistake as well and be A-okay about it. Unfortunate that you now have to go up against your guildmate, though.
Yes, guild versus guild once again. Let's see how that goes. I believe the Rake is just going to be too strong, especially with those augments coming through. It's looking really, really healthy. But we have some weak units here on the side of Selfless as well. We have the stage 1 Grokko, the Kling, and the Kara Blue. On the other side, also Kara Blue. We're still early in the game. Let's see the Rake pound on through. It's going to go onto the Monk here. A big damage dealer here for a Slooper. Taking that one down. Now kind of stuck on the Crunk. But the next cast will surely deal with it. Almost did so. Riptorus goes into the back line. And it's going to be a close one. But it seems like the Rake, especially with these augments, drone augments as well, is just able to heal back up all the time.
Yeah, best case scenario there, whether it be the drone augments or whether it be the... it does have combat rhythm as well. And even the tankiness as well with Fortress Protocol, which, while not a direct heal, at least helps you get a little bit tankier. And then this last augment here, of course, we've mentioned it a little bit before, but they're restoring Impact Reactor, getting the health and resistances on every single takedown. That on top of your combat rhythm, and you are doing a fantastic job the longer you live.
Yes, sir. It's beautiful to see. The only damage augment really coming out here with the charged force reactor, but it is enough to do quite a lot of damage, especially with other stuff like going hyperactive, anti-steam, providing also extra damage to the Rake.
And if you're going to have just one damage augment, at least it's the biggest one. The raw 40% damage plus the damage amp on top of that. Yeah. If you just want pure damage, that thing is fantastic. Obviously, though, there are some that maybe snowball, stack a little bit more. But if you just want raw upfront damage to take something out quickly, it's your best choice.
And now we see him go up versus Hoshi, who has not fully hit all their power spikes yet. We still see only 2 mod units, but we see they're rolling for more. Only needs 2 more Monkeers and 1 more Apon, so very close to that. It doesn't seem like there's more rolling to be going on. He's just going to take it as it is. With the Caradulo sitting here in the front line with 2 strong augments for a single target tank. The Cascading Stasis Reactor and the phasing Stasis Reactor. Really strong front line here. And let's see if the backline can make up for it. The second Caradulo also coming in and the double monk here. So it seems like Hoshi really maximizing his economy right now up to 70 gold. Using everything he has on the bench that he can to his best ability. Let's see how this fight goes.
I mean, this is looking pretty crazy. The Alfie immediately got popped, but of course the Alfie's not necessarily the main carry in this scenario. The Rake is back. The Exalted Gorilla, though, on the other side here for Hoshi is going to fall. It's just a matter of dealing with the tank, and just like that, it will get down with the Rift Wrist. Final little sting.
Damn, that was faster than expected. The Rake, again, hyperactive. Doing so much. Let's check out the damage.
Yeah, the hyper didn't help.
Yep. It's really strong. Maybe the Ranger also has something to buff up. Let's see the crashing
the exploding
Bastion.
shields.
Just some more damage plus sustain. Very consistent augment to play. Let's see positioning here. Double Fernite coming out from the enemy team. That looks rather scary. But again, hyperactive is going to be in favor of these water units, at least a little bit. You see only 1 arrow right now, but here those guys are going to go hyperactive very fast.
Main carries, though, in this instance is going to end up being that Fernite that we see in the top left corner that is in a direct collision course here with this Rake. Can it hold the line for a little bit to at least get rid of some of these tanks before going down? Because we see just how much damage this Rake is doing to the Fernite as it finally will end up falling. Arctace does do a pretty decent garbage bomb across the tank line. Maybe some of these tanks can turn onto this Rake, but as per usual, the smokescreen and evasiveness makes this Rake such an evasive and hard target to hit. Triple kill onto that Omega. 1 more. How about a 5-piece here for this Rake, taking everything down. Heck, even putting the Arctace into a stasis. I don't blame you, Arctace. I wouldn't know what I'd want to do in that situation either. I would just probably freeze too.
Yep. And, well, we watched Selfless get there, and it was as smooth as you can imagine it. Suddenly, he is on a huge win streak, and soon gonna be on the... or he's aiming to be at the top of the leaderboard. But this fight is going to be tough. He's fighting Fish, who is currently sitting at first with a win streak and a huge corner composition. But what we see is him spreading out the corner. And it's interesting. Will the Fernite stay in the backline? Will the Rake find some easy kills yet once again? It seems like it's going to be on the Flood, which is definitely better than on the Fernite. So interesting to me that there wasn't a reposition coming out last second. Alfie is going to target the Fernite, and Fernite is going to shoot right back. Gets cancelled by the Root, actually. Rake finally able to chew through the Flood, is now on the Archelion, and is going to get stuck on this Archelion. And I don't know if you can see it, but all I see is red health bars. There's not much units left to assist the Rake, and that's surely going to be it. I'm officially taking down Selfless right here. And I know what his secret is. Salen.
Yes, hello there. And that is absolutely the option to keep that front line alive. How do you deal with the Rake? Just kill off everything else so you can have an absolute surge rush towards it after the fact. Because, yeah, nothing in that front line died at all there, especially with the assistance of that Virtuous Hydrolinks. And it made it so that the Rake could not snowball. It could not do anything against the majority of that. Yes, okay, you took out a Flood. That's great. You have another 8 Alluvials chasing you down.
And that looks scary, this corner composition. Just stage 3 tanks and empaths. And we're going up here against Lemon KO, who was sitting at 130 HP not too long ago. Now is at the bottom of the health pool with only 50 HP remaining. And as you can see right here, gets crushed down to 33 health. It's gonna go down to 0 very fast if you don't stop losing. And it seems like, yeah, he kind of played what the game was giving to him, but he couldn't really find a solid team composition, playing 3 shock, which has been nerfed a lot in the last patch. Well, 4 shock.
3 shock, so yeah, so at least you have the splash of shock getting up to 3. Of course, my gripe is, of course, with 4 shock at this moment. But like you're hovering right here, right now, Slayer actually being the option here, which would be fantastic if you're going for an Umber, but you don't necessarily have that. You have Gyro, and I love Gyro. I think it's a really, really cool unit. However, I would not call it a carry. It's more so a utility DPS, and your team in this instance doesn't really have a loaded up carry in this instance. Yes, you have the Rake, but you don't have the augments for it. And in order to get Slayer, you need Umber. There's people contesting you for it. It's a bit of a nightmare scenario for you.
Yeah, I mean, I see some light at the end of the tunnel here for Limon. He's gonna start rolling after this PvE round. He needs 1 more raid, 2 more penguins only, which is pretty good for him. He doesn't have the Vanguard to back up the penguin, but we'll see. And he needs a bunch more dashes. The good thing, though, is we don't see as many rakes this time. I actually was only able to spot 2 rakes from Limon KO and 1 from Selfless. I don't know how many Selfless got already. Only 2 as well. So whoever starts rolling, they're going to be able to maybe get a number.
But does Limon KO have the economy to do so, considering they push so heavily early? I feel like Selfless, if they wanted to, they could probably pick up Umber whenever they feel like in this instance, because I don't think they've really been spending. But now, at least here for Limon, they are 1 away from slashing, which could help them. Granted, I don't know if they necessarily have the augments to really get the job done just yet, but can at least give... Oh, actually, there it is. Slashing is on the board right at the right time, but look what it holds. It holds a Scion imprint. It's got the emergency button there, the old Ion Shard, and then a component for Omega Power. But they did also get some backup, as it is going to be Riley now on the field for 4 shock.
Yeah, he's going up versus Slooper. Easy kill here in the backline on the Forus, who is able to hold on a little bit longer than expected, actually. Shock will finish it off, but so much damage coming out from Slooper. Everything is just melting away for the side of Limon KO here. Going down to 12 HP. Let's see if Hoshi is going to stay down there as well. It seems like so. And yeah, we have 2 players here on the bubble.
Okay, so both our players in kill shot at least are finding some of the alluvials that they were looking for, but were they the right alluvials to actually be looking for? That is the question here. For Hoshi, I think they're actually okay. They have a fighting chance here. The Cardu Lox actually in the front line, tanked up, ready to go, is a solid, like, I wouldn't say it would be a solid solo tank, but it is a solid tank to add to your lineup. Is it going to hold them in place long enough for these 4 muds now to really get the ball rolling? But I don't really feel as confident here for Limon, unfortunately. Having the shocks, like, yes, you have damage now, but you are squishy. I am very, very scared here for Limon.
Yeah, let's see how Limon is going to do. Hoshi with the 4 muds, huge power spike. Oh my god. He finds his opponent. He finds Selfless, who found the Umber so rather early in the game, and I don't see any hope here for Limon. Umber also already on the Octius. So that is surely gonna be it, and the only hope he has at this point is if Hoshi takes more damage to end up 7th place, but wraps up, Umber is gonna finish off your team, and that's gonna be it for Limon KO right here.
Oh, not it here for Hoshi, though. Gonna end up hanging on. This Mud Squad is going to be able to get the job done here versus Karabasov. We'll see in a second if that puts them near kill shot. I know Frodo now is also near the kill shot. 19 might still be 1 more in the tank, or 2 more in the tank. But yeah, Hoshi and Karabasov both within kill range. Karabasov having a really, really hard time this entire grand final. We'll have to see if this Adordo that it just picked up may be given the heals necessary to keep him in the game.
Yes, sir. Hoshi now going up versus the Ghost Army, so that's good for him. Lucky there, but it's gonna be the Ghost Army of I'm a Fishy. So this is gonna be
a brutal
tough.
army, yeah.
Yep. It's gonna be tough no matter what. Holo finds himself now at the top of the leaderboard. Oh my god. He found the Monarch, he found the Scoriox, the Jotun as well. So really strong team here coming out from Holo versus Karabasov at 13 HP.
And it's a beautiful fire squad. It even has the Jotun as well. Try and keep them in this game. Actually, no, this is Holo's squad. No wonder it's so scary. My goodness, a tall task here for Karabasov to try and deal with. The Adardo is going to end up falling. Airball, essentially, for the ramp fight. Probably not going to matter. But actually, the Red Squad trying to fight back here alongside the Tianti. But now with it being a 5-on-2, it's probably not looking too good. Monarch is going to come dive on through. Heck, add the ramp fight Omega on top of it as the icing on the cake. And that will be the kill shot. We'll see Karabasov out here in 7th.
Karabasov is out. It does not... Oh, it seems like Hoshi might be following him. Not able to beat the super strong Armafishy Ghost Army here. Only the Gorilla left alive and the Fur Knight. Maybe the overtime is going to be enough here, especially with the illusion coming out from the Gorilla last second. But it won't be in the end. So Hoshi actually going out in 7th and Karabasov in 6th. Which might make a difference for their positionings, because I think they are fighting for similar places.
I do believe you are correct. And now the next one within kill shot here is Olaze Frodo, who actually is going up against Selfless, a scary doggy. And it's not even the doggy that's like the only threat here. That Sanalf is pretty loaded up as well. If it can find a good angle, maybe it can absolutely shred this composition.
Yes, we don't have Steam yet on the Sinalf, but Sinalf with 6 water is gonna cast a lot and it's gonna hurt. And the positioning looks good for the Sinalf. It's gonna cast his laser right here into the backline, doing a lot of damage. Arte is able to fly out. Fernite here on the green side is going down. Furiox still untouched, which is good, but we have our eyes on the Umber, which is just relentlessly hacking away, slaying away, and taking down the green team here. Frodo goes out in 5th place, -17, taking a big hit.
Okay, Paz, I feel like we've seen this before. 2 hype, 2 guild in our top 4. However, the positions have kind of swapped a little bit. Right now, it's Holo and Fishy leading the charge compared to Slooper and Selfless, trying to make the come up. But at the same time, some of these squads here for both Selfless and Slooper are extremely scary. Holo's is pretty solid as well, and I'd say Fishy's is pretty solid, but I'm honestly way more afraid of Selfless and Slooper's teams.
Yep, I think you have a little bit of trauma to work through there with...
I might need to talk to somebody.
Yeah. It's gonna be a weird moment when you talk to your therapist and you bring up Umber, but send him a clip from today's IPL and he will understand. Umber has been dominating today, and we'll see if he can keep doing so. I hope these guilds are not gonna kick out each other and gonna kill each other here, and I really want to see some nice matchups. But yeah, like you said, hype, especially Armafishy right now, and also Holo, they are sitting at 70 HP, which is crazy. Like, they can just outlast the enemies and hope they kill each other, it feels like.
And here's a big fight right here, right now. So Armafishy leading the lobby with a composition that's more so around healing the front line. Of course, that Virtuous Hydra links there alongside the Archelion to try and just maximize on healing. Meanwhile, on the contrary, Selfless is all damage all day. I'm very, very curious to see how this one ends up going, because this is either going to just explode in Armafishy's face, or it's just going to be a long, drawn-out battle where Fishy is able to take care of it.
Oof, we have the Dualev coming in for Selfless.
Okay, I'm scared now.
Which I think, yeah, I think this is the last nail in the coffin, but this is a very deciding fight. As you said, Armafishy leading right now. Selfless, is he able to break the leader and possibly start his win streak from here? Dualev laser comes out. Is it gonna take Fernite down in one cast? No, it will not. It will need a second cast, which is huge. Now the laser is kind of stuck into nowhere. The Umber in the backline, still on the Caradulo, being healed. Next up, it will be on the Archelion. But here the Dualev is going to be taken down by the Axodon and the Ranger, which is devastating for Selfless right here. Armafishy's team is just too strong right now, and it will put a stop. It will put an end to the dominance of Umber.
I'm not convinced, though. Umber is still here. It's full HP, but the overtime timer could maybe be a problem. I still don't believe. I am not going to sleep on the Umber. Say hello to my little friends. Can it pull it off? It is going to be able to do one more cast. No! Actually, the Flood, the last one alive to get the job done there. My goodness.
What? I told you. He put an end to the Umber. Oh my god, the Flood last Illuvial standing. That was insanely close. Oh my god, everybody's still alive, but as we see, Slooper and Selfless took both a hit in the last round.
Okay, Hype, this might be your time to get on the top of the board with your current tournament leaders both right behind you. You just got to give them the finishing blow. Hollow's going to take Selfless. I'm officially going to take up against Slooper. I don't even know which one to necessarily watch because both of these could be explosive extremely quickly.
Yeah, I really want to see Hollow's team here, but we're going to see more of that later. So let's give Slooper the stage, since we have seen Selfless just before, and see how Slooper does it. Slooper here with the fighter team, the red plants, the forest. Will it be enough to break the hyper team of Amafishy?
I mean, if that's Aegis, it's given over to the Riplants to be able to hopefully tear through this squad directly in the face of the virtuous Hydralings. That Riplant is going to start stinging, and it stings pretty hard. A good chunk, maybe a quarter of your HP every single shot, but they are sustaining. However, the things away from the healers are maybe not so lucky. The Blotto and the things along the side having a harder time staying alive, but the Axodon, the Caradulo, they're coming in for backup right at the right possible moment, and the healers are still alive. If they could converge onto their healers, it will be perfect timing, and just like that, that will be, I think, the end here of Slooper in this instance, but Selfless is still going.
Wow, just out healing. Killing them with kindness is the tactic of these links, and it really worked out. It did more healing than it did damage, but it was still the biggest damage dealer on the team. It did like 8,000 damage dealt and 12,000 damage healed or something.
Incredible stuff here, but we now have our podium, our top three, Selfless up against the Ghost of Fishy. Meanwhile, the two hype players are going to end up playing each other, but this is the potential kill shot. This is where things could end. Let's see how it goes here for Selfless.
It's always really good when you have the positioning advantage versus a Ghost with your Dual F. Dual F laser going straight through all the targets, helping the Umber in the backline, taking down the first carry. Now the next laser, hitting 4 units over here in this clump.
Beautiful.
Taking down 2 more units, and yeah, you don't wanna choke, but it seems like not enough. There is not enough lasers to kill all these huge healing and sustaining targets of the Ghost here, of Amafishy, and Amafishy just passively, subconsciously gonna take down Selfless. If this Umber doesn't have to say a thing or two about it, but the sustain just seems too big. It has casted 3-4 times now, finally getting a kill. One more cast to seal it all. 1-on-1 versus the Virtuous Links, gets another cast out. Takes him down. Selfless stays in the game.
Incredible. I thought the Lynx was going to be able to out-sustain the overtime, but the fact that everything else fell at just the right moment is absolutely incredible. Now, Hollow Hype, they have their chance here to get the kill shot onto Selfless, and Selfless can't get the perfect positioning now. They see exactly what they're doing.
That is gonna be a crazy fight. Selfless versus Hollow, the Scoriox versus the Dual F. It's all gonna come down to positioning. Are you gonna change anything? No, you're gonna stay in the middle and gonna see what happens. That's gonna be a nice laser into the backline of here.
Not bad, but the Scoriox might be able to dodge it. No, it's actually within shot. It immediately melts away. So does the Quinks as well. There is no CC on the side here of Hollow Hype. Never mind, the Mammoth is still here for just a moment. Never mind, now it's gone. And now, once again, it's going to be up to the Umber to clutch things up. But the last second shot there from the Ranger is actually going to make it stupid easy here for Selfless's Umber to get in and get the finishing blow. Hollow down to 26 or 28 now.
Is Selfless gonna be able to take down both of these high players? The only, this was a very decisive win versus Hollow. The only person left to stand in his way from another win and cementing his dominance here in the IPL 500 is going to be Amafishy, who is actually going to be taken down. I think that was Selfless's Ghost?
Possibly? It might have been Selfless's Ghost, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It's all rides, honestly. What augments do you pull? What components do you get here out of this squad? That's the only thing I feel like that can save Fishy or save Hollow. I don't know whether it be damage or tank, though. Like for, I think it was Fishy that had the links. For the team that's trying to go for full sustain, maybe just try to be a little bit tankier. As we see the replay here of the ghost rounds that really just kind of set the tone here of our top 3.
Yep, that was a big one. Just the Umber being crazy in the end is always a sight to be seen. I love to see it. You don't.
One thing that could be
yeah.
One thing that could be scary too, what I didn't really realize, the Dualef, it's more so belt supportive right now. If all of a sudden Selfless is able to get actual Omega components and Omega-based items onto Dualef, it nearly was one-shotting things already as a support. If it can actually be like a pseudo-carry as well, that is going to be scary.
Yes, sir, as we are going.
Emergency button, actually, that's not bad.
Should we watch Hollow versus Amafishy? Because I'm
so torn.
Yeah, let's see. We can maybe swap around a little bit and try to cast all the matches, but I want to see how those two match against each other because they have very, very different teams. On one side we have the fire, high damage. On the other side we have water, nature, high sustain.
Definitely two different kind of compositions here. That fully loaded Singe as well. We've seen Singes be able to top DPS charts as a tank. But you're right in the face, of course, of a bunch of healers. You are going to end up getting popped, actually. So now it's all on to this Jotun and the Scoriox to really try and get some work done. Monarch needs to find a good carpet bomb. It will actually find it right across the healing line. Everybody is getting caught into that one. Going to be slowly ticking away here in terms of that fire damage, but it does not have the support necessary. Scoriox isn't going to have the coverage either, and that is actually going to be Hollow getting eliminated off of that shot as well. So that will be all she wrote. And a similar scenario we have right here once again. This is for Selfless, and this is for Amafishy to get the win. And that is a lot of full health bars here so far as the overtime bar starts to tick away.
Oh
Look at the healing. Axodon holding the line. Can it hold any longer? No, that's it. Amafishy. Combo breaker. Going to shut Guild down and get the win for themselves.
And Selfless in the last round that mattered to get second place gets knocked out. -24, third place. And it was just one Umbercast short. What a beast. Amazing to see.
Incredible team here for Amafishy, though, as well. Absolute tanky monstrosities here. If it wasn't for the overtime damage, I don't think it ever would have really truly ended up falling. Or I guess the overtime damage was essentially the exact reason why they won that, because eventually reverse that. The Umber would have absolutely took them down. But the fact that it lasted so long anyway is absolutely incredible. So excited and so happy considering the tournament that we are seeing that I am just making stuff up and talking backwards. I'm talking in tongues apparently, but it was a fun time. What can I say?
Because the thing is that the overtime damage, that's a fixed amount of damage spread among all your units. That means, for example, if it's 10% health for 3 units, that means it's 30% damage if you only have 1 unit left. And that means Umber had to take 6 times more overtime damage compared to the individual units of the enemy team who had so much units left. So yeah, it was crazy to see that it was able to pull out of this so many times.
I did not know that was how it worked. So okay, that's actually really, really crazy then. Then yeah, even more of a standout then for the Umber, the fact that it survived as long as it did.
Yeah, because at one point, the overtime damage is going to one-shot the Umber, but it was always able to heal back up. And the 6 units just sharing the overtime damage of the enemy team will not take a lot of that.
Right.
Do we have one more?
That was an incredible one. I'm glad we kind of got to see both of it. But yeah, I think we're all seeing exactly what you're talking about here. There was 5 at the start of this overtime.
Oh,
And
it is
meanwhile, the
actually
Umber
not
had to
even
eat everything.
overtime yet. Overtime stats now at 45 seconds. But yeah, it ramps up really fast. Oof. It took
The
down...
exit on standstill.
Yeah, the Umber in the end. Alrighty.
Is that 50,000 damage?
Wait.
Did I just see that correctly on the Umber?
Wait. We gotta investigate here.
We're already at 25k and it's just starting.
Yikes.
The dual F2 already above 11,000, but look at this.
How strong was I'm a Fishy's team that he can win with his Ghost Army versus a 55,000 damage Umber? That is insane.
Oh my goodness.
Yo. Okay.
And I'm a Fishy's team tanked that. That's incredible.
That is incredible. I'm gonna go back and write down what Amafishi is playing, because it seems like this is the only thing that has ever countered an Umber like this, because it seemed like a perfect Umber, right? It had the stacking Omnivamp, so it healed to full health with every cast, and all of the other things you want to have on it. 3 Steam with the Dual F and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a very, very well built out team, but again, it was just kind of stuck at the fact that the front line just couldn't really necessarily hold up. The Umber didn't necessarily have these supports when it needed it in these later game spots, because everybody else was just getting taken down. It was a lot of all eggs in one basket. The Dual F also, and granted, it did do about 11k damage in the last fight, but we know with the best possible positioning and having a few more augments tailored towards it, it could do absolutely way more, especially once it gets Steam buffs. It had the emergency button there, the little ion shard, but could not get the job done. The Umber was all eggs in that basket, and unfortunately, it just barely fell short.
Yes, sir. As we have a look at our final, at our scoreboard after 4 games, we have one more coming up, the final game of the best of 5, and it's gonna be an exciting one. It's basically the contestants are split in 2 camps. We have the top 4 and the bottom 4. I think it has never been that apparent. And yeah, we have right now Selfless still sitting comfortably in first, 3 points ahead of I'm a Fishy and Hollow, both at 25 points. And then we have Slooper at 23.
Yeah, only the top 4, I believe, mathematically able to actually find victory here in this instance, because this is easily the most decisive split I've ever seen in any IPL in this instance. But even still, for say like Slooper to win, he needs something catastrophic to happen to Selfless, Fishy, and Hollow, because that is still a pretty significant gap. But yeah, it just sets up still for an exciting final.
Yeah, that's still 5 points difference. But yeah, basically, so looking at the win conditions right now, I'm a Fishy to be able to be winning needs 3 points ahead of Selfless. No, but then he still wins the tiebreaker with 2 wins. So both Amafishi and Hollow need 4 points more than Selfless, which means they need to be 4 places above them. So, for example, they need to win, and then Selfless needs to be 5th. So I think if Selfless makes top 4, he wins the tournament, if my math is correct. Which is crazy.
I want to say that you're correct.
Let's say so.
Of course, crazy things has happened. As of right now, Selfless has easily been the most consistent player here in this lobby. The 2 wins is even more beautiful. Again, the fact that their worst game is at a third. Their throwaway game is a third. As of right now, that is absolutely incredible. But if, God forbid, they drop the ball here on this last game, all of this can still fall apart.
Yes, sir.
It's wrapping up here for a fantastic and exciting final.
And taking a look at the bottom here, I want to highlight Karabasov, who has clawed his way up to 7th position in a tiebreaker situation right now with Limon KO. Both at 9 currently, and both of them able to still aim for 6th or 5th right now here. So yeah, these guys down here have their own epic battle going on, which I enjoy as a lot as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We might be focused more so on the tournament overall, but at the same time, each of these players, these are still some big moves that can translate into big prize money if they can pull out a great game here. So it's not that a situation where I'm like, okay, I can't win a tournament. I'm done. I'll just phone in the last game. No, if you're Lehman KO, win the lobby, you get yourself 5th, and that is a way bigger prize than 8th.
Yes, and more IPL points and all of that. So we're gonna start our final game in the best of 5 in let's say 3-4 minutes, something like this. So everybody has time to get their snacks, get their drinks, do a last bathroom break, and
You
we're
want the
gonna
popcorn for this one.
Yes, let it pop. We're gonna be right back with the final game. All right, we are back here for the final game of the IPL 500. We gonna jump right into it. The players have already started. We're a little bit late on the break because we were so excited to talk about what is happening in this finals that I forgot to take my bathroom break, so I was running right now, and we're gonna jump right in.
Yeah, this one's going to be absolutely incredible. Again, the battle between Hype and Guild, the TFT pros versus some of our community veterans. Who's going to be able to take this one? Right now, it's looking extremely good here for Selfless in particular. 3-point gap over the rest of the field. But one bad game could still turn that around. Open the door for I'm a Fishy, Hollow Hype, and Slooper to maybe score a win here in this IPL 500 to kind of kick off our absolute crazy month of extremely high pricing and high stakes tournaments back to back to back.
Yeah. We're just about to load in. I think I might have to restart my game. Should have done that earlier. That's always a good call, by the way, for all the players and people at home, tournament players. If you restart, you're gonna have an easier time. By the way, big shout out to Illuvium. I don't think we have seen a single crash, a single bug, or anything in this finals for the players. So that's huge. That's one of the most important things for anyone.
I hope you didn't just curse us. But no, I know personally I do the same thing every two games I reboot just in case.
Yep, always a good idea. I cannot wait for this final game. We're gonna jump into it in a second. Let us know in chat who do you think is gonna take this tournament. And you're not allowed to say Selfless. No, I'm joking.
Oh, it's absolutely possible. I know, even with what I was saying a little bit earlier, I know the Illuvium community as a whole might not necessarily have liked what I was saying in regards to maybe it's the esports pros turns that come on through and kind of show us how it's done. But again, that does not mean I'm not rooting for our veterans. I want to see I'm a Fishy. I want to see Hollow. I want to see if they can end up taking this here. But it would be absolutely incredible also to see if our TFT pros, if Selfless and maybe Slooper can find themselves the victory here today.
And what we almost forgot is the only person that can that stands in the way of a new champion being crowned today is I'm a Fishy. Everyone else,
winner possible.
Yep, anyone else here will be a new IPL champion. So we are looking forward to see how this turns out. And let's quickly go over everything. We got Slooper right now losing actually his win streak. And nobody's sitting on 100 HP. You love to see it. It's already starting as a close match.
Got the cleaver.
Got the cleaver. Back to his comfort pick right here. The compositions are still loading in. We're going to go over the weapons in a second. But yeah, we got three strike boomerangs here coming out for Hollow, Selfless, and Karabasov. So I'm not sure if Karabasov and Hollow are contesting Selfless or how that is going on right here. But yeah, definitely a little bit of a harder setup for Selfless being in the pool with three similar weapons. We also have Frodo and Slooper on the same weapon on the Vinebound Cleaver. And then we have the Arrow Edge for I'm a Fishy. 4 out of 5 times now. And then we have the Ripple Flail for Limon, KO, and the Lava Gauntlet, Fire Scion for Hoshi.
So unless they're pivoting around doing different styles of fire, this could be problematic here for Selfless, Hollow, Hoshi, and Karabasov. If they all end up going for the traditional Arcanite Inferno style, they are going to be stepping on each other's toes this entire game, and you do not have much time to pivot. This is Crimson Waste. It is going to punish you.
Yes, sir. Shout out to the chat. Thank you for being here. And I want to read Jamie Carnell's comment right here. He's saying, yeah, I played 8 or 10 games yesterday and didn't crash once. And yeah, this might sound like as it should be. And hopefully now that is just the standard, because yeah, Illuvium is constantly improving. It's you see that, right? The graphics are absolutely insane compared to something like TFT or Dota Underlords. Like, we have high fidelity AAA graphics here in the game, and that definitely comes with a bigger load to your computer and everything around it.
When the tier zeros look like they can be a legendary raid boss in other games, it says a lot.
Yes. Okay. Talking about legendary raid bosses, the MMO Lite is also being developed, so you're gonna be able to run around with your companion Illuvium in the overworld and fight in an MMO type style of game. We have seen some leaks coming out. I think you can see the town hall on the YouTube Illuvium channel on the live streams as well, same like the IPL streams. So yeah, there's really cool stuff to come, and I can't wait to play the MMO on stream and just vibe again with everyone like we did when the overworld came out a year ago.
Yeah, cannot wait, but at the same time, I'm also willing to wait, take as long as needed to make sure that is an awesome experience.
100%, definitely. I think I'm on the same page with you, and I think a lot of other community members. And let's just make sure the developers hear the positive voices loud and clear this time. There's no stress. Take your time. Make the best game you can make. And then however long it takes, we're gonna have an absolute monster of an MMO Illuvium game. Maybe next year, maybe the year after. I don't care.
Either way, it's on the roadmap. It's close, and it shall be an awesome time.
And definitely there's going to be, even if it takes longer, there's going to be somewhat of playtest, I would assume, and stuff like this. So it will make the waiting a little bit easier, but sometimes also a bit harder, because once you taste that sweet candy and then it's taken away from you, it might be even harder to wait for it.
Very, very true.
Okay,
now,
coming back.
I'm a little bit late. I'm a little bit late here for my links check. And this time we have the Nimble links. This is going to be the rogue ones coming on through. And that's actually perfect here for Slooper. It's going to fit right onto its team.
Slooper, really happy about that. Also has already a rogue imprint, meaning he has 7 rogues online with just 3, 4, 5, 6 units on the board, with the Ranger being the 7th rogue here. So that's a huge start for him, and definitely gonna allow him to have a good early game here, which is so important in Crimson Waste.
Yeah, 3 additional damage to people that have more health than you. So if you lose a little bit early and then try to make the comeback, your comeback is going to hit that much harder later on as the game goes on. So that'll be interesting to see. Of course, here with Slooper, we've got the 7 rogues and the Predators online for a little bit of execution. Meanwhile, Fishy, of course, both of these players currently in our top 4 in contention for this overall tournament win. Fishy looks like it's more so of a fighter style as of right now. We've got about, like, what, 5 of them on the board? 4 of them on the board, I think, maybe right now. It is the full 5, or the 5 fighters plus Berserkers. So 2 very, very scary teams coming up. Into the battle we go. Into the corner, we have the rogues up against these fighters. They did kind of get a good jump here onto these rogues, at least off the start. But now the fighters trying to come back, get rid of this Lynx. It'll absolutely be able to do so. The rogues might have got the first initial jump, but the fighters are going to prevail and take care of Slooper. The win streak is going to end here for now.
Such a strong team coming out for I'm a Fishy. Not only the fighters and the Berserker, but also triple dust and 4 air. Making basically all the rogues miss half of their attacks with the dodge chance and the blind. Really big counter team here coming out for I'm a Fishy, and quite unlucky for Slooper to encounter his worst enemy here of the other 7 players.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, Lehman KO leading the charge in terms of the lobby at this moment, looking to try and get one final good game in here to push themselves out of last place, score a little bit of extra prize money for points there for the IPL, of course. Because one good game could absolutely change that here for them. Almost got that 5 bulwark online, just needs the 1 more. Heck, they've almost got our Charlie on as well. 1 more Artros on the bench ready to rock. And it even maybe an Exalted Fleesh coming on in. It's almost there.
That looks good, and that's usually... I mean, if you don't play around like a 7 Earth composition. You usually don't play it in the late game, but it's gonna be doing good work for you in the early and mid game. And yeah, we also only need one more Bulwark. So that's something that Lemon Co wants to bring out very soon, I believe. Let's see if he levels up to keep his win streak alive, because he's going up versus I'm a Fishy, the win streak crusher, as we have seen earlier. And it's gonna be a little bit easier for Lemon KO, I believe, because he doesn't rely so much on auto attacks, which the Aaron does love to disable.
And after this moment going into this fight, Lee McKayo does have the level advantage. So has one more Illuvium onto the board. It ends up being a second Archos actually for a little bit of additional disruption and healing. But again, they don't necessarily have that much in terms of DPS. It's all up to the Ranger and up to that little Doka that we kind of see wandering around. Does find a good shot, but that was a heck of a lot of damage actually just came out here from I'm a Fishy's squad. 1-on-2 here, and it is now going to go down to 1-on-1. The fighter, the blind, and it's sustaining as it swings. It's going to be able to get the thrifty of sorts here, a level down, and still able to get the win.
Combat Rhythm Stage 3. We have 2 Stage 3 drone augments so far, so very, very impactful into the game. And we have a lot of Combat Rhythm. Also here for Hollow, also here for Lemon KO, so everybody was able to pick up one of the best drone augments in the game. Combat Rhythm, stacking Omnivamp, and attack damage.
Yeah, the fact there's so many of these Stage 3 drones augments already is actually kind of ridiculous. We are going to see some really hyperactive, incredible squads here. I even like the fact that I'm a Fishy. I feel like we hardly ever see the hyper suppression, but given they're going air up against a bunch of fire, that's actually a brilliant option.
Yeah. And just going through the drone augments here a little bit, I think the most dominant and the most picked ones are definitely Combat Rhythm. We see it, I think, 6 or 5 times across these 8 players. Then we have a bunch of Hyper Suppression Stage 3 as well, which means enemies cannot generate Hyper. Taking this mechanic completely out of the game for your enemies is also very strong, so we see that 3 times here. We see a lot of lightning speed as well, just flat movement and attack speed, also very strong. And then we have some odd ones out. Oh, that was close.
I was peeking the fight there for just a second. The Ranger clutching up against the Archos again. The poor Archoses are just crumbling at their 1v1s, but granted, they're not necessarily designed to do so. They're the support, not the damage dealer. But 2 funny little instances there where that happened back to back, and the champion's focus as well as you're highlighting here for Hollow. So whatever carry they're going for later, it needs to be the superpower. So if in this instance, let's say you go for Forest,
it needs to be a
Phosphorus even.
Forest, right?
It would have to be, given the composition that they're going for, I feel like it would have to be, but given it also has Scions, maybe you can sneak Dualef in there? Maybe you can sneak Squeeze in there?
And Octius would go wild as well with attack speed and 60 Omega power. Yeah. The raw Omega power on an Octius gonna guarantee you so much more resets on your cast, so that would be huge as well. We're gonna see, but yeah, it looks like Forus is gonna fit in the best, and it also takes a huge advantage from champion focus.
You gotta survive though, and right now that's a lot of damage already, as we see our top 2 players taken in battle.
So we have the Fire Rogues versus the Water Nature Sustain. A fight that we have seen in the later stages last game. And it turned out quite good for the Sustain composition, but this is not going to be the case this time. The Rogues and the Fighters and the Fires are just going to burn down Babylon, and they're going to take down the team of Lemon Co.
There's so many low health bars, but they couldn't find the finishing blow. Absolutely heartbreaking there for Lemon Co, but still not too bad in the lobby itself. Sitting at 80, second in the lobby, so looking good. Got the Bloto as well. The big guy coming on through, and we'll have the option from maybe... Oh, no, they don't have really any option to grab Wildfire just yet, but that's a beautiful tank to snag.
Ali Reza TLB in the chat is asking how can I play this game for free, and El Gaba has already answered, but I want to mention it again. Also, this game is fully free to play. You're watching the fully free to play version. You can download it for free today on Epic Games Store, and you can sign up for an account on illuvium.io. That's the main homepage. Also, feel free to follow us on X on Twitter, which is our main news platform, I would say. YouTube, Twitch is where we're streaming right now as well. And then last but not least, our community is strong and vibrant in Discord, so feel free to join us in Discord, where you can ask any question and we'll get a really good answer in just seconds.
That is what I love about the Illuvium Pro League as well, though, because this, while there, of course, there is the Web3 functions in the game, it's completely not necessary to get involved with Illuvium Pro League. This has absolutely nothing to do with NFTs or anything. Just get into the game, get into the arena, start practicing, and you can absolutely make your way into this with one of the sit and go qualifiers. But for those that are actually interested in the Web3 NFT side of things and want a place to use those alluvials that you've captured, well, there is actually competition happening for that. I believe it's starting this week, the OLA with Illuvium Leviathan tournaments, and that's where you actually get to use specifically the alluvials that you've got.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. We have another Leviathan tournament series coming up, hosted by Ola, the Brazilian guild, and we're also gonna have English commentator coverage for the finals, I think by us too. And yeah, it's gonna be similar to the last Leviathan tournament series hosted by Tempest, where we have qualifiers on Monday, qualifier tournaments on Tuesday, and then after a 3-week period of this format, we're gonna have the grand finals also on Monday and Tuesday.
Definitely looking forward to it. Leviathan is a nice change of pace when the alluvials feel a little bit more personal, to say the least, because those are the ones you caught. But we still, of course, have the IPL 500 here in front of us, which is coming down to an exciting conclusion. Our top four, of course, battling at it, all within, I believe, a 5-point difference of each other. We are now seeing Element KO versus Hoshi battling it out from the bottom, but we do see the Blotto. They just got that evolved, and unfortunately, it is going to fall. It may be a tanky fella, but there is still just too much damage. We are going to see Hoshi, it looks like, one more shot from the Ranger in the Arc Taste with the squeeze there as a little bit of extra backup, going to seal the deal here in this fight.
Yes, and we already see crazy units on the board. This game is shaping up really fast.
Super slashing.
We got the slashing, we got the Blotto. What else stage 3 do we already have in the game? I think those are maybe one of the only ones yet, but some of the strongest. This Goryox coming out for Hollow. Super strong as well.
Oh boy.
So people are slowly but surely rolling down to find their win conditions before anyone else can take it away from them. And this is one of the hardest things to decide, when to roll for your stuff, I believe.
And this is kind of painful still, though, for Hollow, because yes, that's great. You have a Singe. It's great you have a Scoriox, but you chose champions, the champion drone augment that requires you to have a tier 5 to get the bonuses. There's still nobody on their team that could actually capitalize on that. As we have our next battle here, Slooper leading the party here with Element Kill or Limiko right on their tail, but this slashing, it's low, but it is doing a good old chunk of damage. Now that a lot of the DPS is gone, it's all on to the Ranger to turn and burn, but it's focused with the other Ranger. So it's going to be Limiko taking another hit here in this one.
That was a close one. And Frodo down to 12 HP and now up versus Limiko. So that is going to be an interesting fight. And yeah, the slashing almost got taken down here with the clutch root coming out from the Arcalion in the end. But this Blotto that went into a fist fight versus the slashing got so quickly slashed down, it wasn't even funny. But now versus the Stabbin, hopefully things will turn around.
If Frodo actually ends up going down here, they are currently 6th in the lobby. If they were last, that absolutely opens the door for Limanko and Karabasov to maybe move up and get some prize money. And this battle is going to be an important one. Let's see how it goes.
Yes, we have the Stabbin, we have the Ramfight here in the backline on the Arcalion and the Lulura, both hacking away, but look at those heals. Back up to half-life again, and nothing harms this Arcelion until the rest of the squad joins in, and last unit standing here is gonna be the Bloto, which usually indicates your positioning was a little bit off. That Bloto wants to soak up damage earlier. That's gonna be a big hit to Limonco, and Frodo is gonna hold on to his life.
Yeah, Frodo with a sigh of relief, but at this point here, you have to essentially play perfect Illuvium to make sure you can hang on to at least that 6th place spot here to score the points and prize money associated with it and not drop down and lose a little bit of it. But now we've got Limonco and I'm a Fishy, actually. Fishy having a bit of a rougher time now here in this game.
Yes, sir. I was just gonna swap over to Frodo because he is the one on the bubble, and he's gonna go up versus Karabasov. They're both battling it out for the making up a little bit of points and getting a better positioning. Let's see how it goes.
The double Arctis is coming out here to try and just litter this field with napalm, basically. But we'll have to see if that is going to be enough. Big shot coming out here from the ramp fight. Going to do some solid damage, but now it is down. Penguin versus the world. We've seen this before, but it isn't 2 patches ago. That is going to be Karabasov taking the win here and knocking Frodo out here in 8th place.
Frodo out in 8th. That's got a sting. And that is really good for Karabasov, who just needs to get a few more points, and then he's going to be able to get out of this peculiar last slot that he found himself in after the first 2 games.
Heartbreaking there for Frodo, because they have the right augments for the slashing. Like, you don't mind what it had, but unfortunately, Slooper was contesting you that entire time, already having slashing. Yep. It was just unfortunately a bad time.
And that's the point, right? Rogues, you usually like to be on a win streak. You usually like to have that extra money to start rolling hard and start rolling early against your contesters. And yeah, whoever finds the slash in wins, and whoever doesn't is in a really bad position. Now on the bubble we have Limonco on the rake and going for a water composition. We only have 5 water so far. And I would assume he's gonna either level up or put in another water unit very soon.
It's like this team isn't even bad. I do like what they're going for here. That Blotto alongside their Arcelion is such a beautiful tank line by itself, let alone having the 4 more bulwarks to help hold the line. You have the Rake as well. That's good damage. You've got Riptorius. That's good damage. But just for some reason has not been able to really pull it around just as of yet. Granted, the augment optimization may not be exactly what you're looking for as of this moment, but it's still not terrible.
It's not terrible, but nobody's terrible in this lobby, and that's the problem. You gotta be excellent if you want to make it into the top 4, let alone win a lobby. And Limonco found an Umber, and now I want to see 3 nice augments on this Umber. You cannot play an Umber with 2 augments, so I hope he doesn't forget to itemize it a little bit better, because right now we're looking at, yes, a decent... Okay, double singulating Omega Reactor, which is pretty good. We have the crit chance, the crit amp, and stealing Omega Power, so stacking Omega Power. And coming with that, we have the clans at 50% health, so even if it somehow gets targeted, it still will be able to dodge that damage. So let's see if we can make the magic happen as we have seen it so far in the IPL 500.
It might not be the most offensive Umber we've ever seen, a little bit more supportive due to the augments, but it can still absolutely pack a punch, as we are seeing right here, right now. But that shot from the Mammoth, that's a big stun, but not stunning for long enough. Here we go, 2-on-1, and what a double kill to get you above 10k, even when not perfectly itemized.
Yep, that was almost looking good for the opponent of the Umber, with the Mammoth last second throwing it away, stunning it, but it was just not enough. And yeah, Limonco living
Fishy.
for another day.
Fishy could go down here, which would be absolutely catastrophic.
I'm a Fishy going down. This opens the door up for Slooper to maybe get 2nd place. And Selfless, our current leader, is currently leading the lobby as well, with a big difference in health and a big win streak to go along with it. But we're gonna watch... Who we go watching? I'm a Fishy here versus Hoshi.
Perfect. Thank you. Because we do have Fishy, of course, currently 2nd in this tournament on death's door for 7th place, which would absolutely shut down their chances here at finding the victory here in this tournament. But you got the Sinolf coming from the red side, doing some big damage down onto that Fur Knight. The Shocks are going to reign supreme as well. And when both of your damage, or all of your damage rather, is focused on 2 little Riptoruses, that is going to be problematic. I'm a fishy. You will be knocked out of here in 7th place.
That is a huge, huge loss for Amafishi, who has been performing so consistently well in the last 4 games, and just here in the last game drops the ball and gets annihilated. So far behind the curve, it seems like. Couldn't pick up that Riplands, which he so dearly needed for 3 Berserkers. Was playing 7 Fighter, but his opponents were just a little bit ahead of him. Back to Limon Co, who is still sitting on the bubble with this amazing looking team, by the way. We got an Umber, we got a Bloto, we got an Arcelion. Let's see how it goes.
It's an amazing looking team, but on the other side here from Slooper, it looks pretty scary as well. Unless that Penguin just walks directly into all of the damage. One last second little heal, gonna try and keep it alive, but no, it's going down. Slooper currently 4th here in this tournament. Needs every point they can get, and as of this moment, they're going to be losing some hit points as they're going to get knocked on down to 16, putting them within kill shot. But at the same time, looks like half this lobby is now within kill shot.
Yes, and he takes extra damage because of the Crimson Waste. Double plus 3 damage makes a big difference. So this means basically anyone except Selfless right now could lose the next round. Hoshi still looking pretty healthy as well at 24. And at the other side of the spectrum, we see Karabasov now at 1 HP with 6 fire, 2 Inferno. What's the match we're gonna pick? Let's give Karabasov one last time on the stage here. Let's see if he can do it.
That works for me. Of course, we have the all firepower coming on through here from Karabasov, trying to really just kind of put a thorn here into this squad. Let's see, can they hang on 1 HP in a dream versus Hoshi?
We got the full air team with a rake versus the fire. And here we see a good positioning for the ram fight. Well, everything is already dead actually, and a Sinaf laser is gonna finish off the ram fight, but green side has just annihilated the red side. Green side is still so strong with 6 units left alive. And Karabasov is gonna live to see another round. Slooper getting knocked out. Oh my god, who was that against? Against Selfless, I guess. It was a team kill, was it?
Oh, that'd be heartbreaking if it... Oh my goodness, hang on, even another one. Hollow. That's it.
Hollow is out as... Wait. Selfless.
Yep.
The only one from the top 4 is still alive is Selfless. Oh my god.
There we go. We'll give proper congratulations later, but with all those, with Hollow, with Slooper, with I'm a Fishy all being out,
what?
I think we know exactly what happens here. Selfless on their first appearance here in the grand final will be your victor, but there is still so much on the line here for the rest of this lobby. The bottom 4 all fighting for massive prize money differences and IPL points, including Lemko and Hoshi and Karabasov, of course.
Wow. First, we were surprised that Amafishi kind of choked and lost so early, but then straight afterwards, we see Slooper and Hollow being knocked out as well. So that's going to be interesting to see the rest of the top 4, how that will turn out. And then, yeah, all our bot 4 players are now stepping up and showing them that they also got a right to be here and got what it takes. And yeah, I'd love to see it in the final match here.
No, absolutely. What a way to show up, to really put the hurt here onto this squad that may have been feeling the pressure a little bit. And then when it came clutch and the prize money was on the line, they have performed admirably. But we'll have to see, is this going to be win number 3 here for Selfless? If he can somehow pull this off? Or will they play spoiler?
Let's see it. He's going up against Hoshi here. The air versus the fire. Big damage coming in from the Vermilion plus the laser of Hoshi. annihilating the backline of Selfless, and it looks really good for Hoshi. Can he just finish off the last few units? Yes, he can. That's gonna be a lot of damage, and Karabosov is gonna be out of here with a top 4 performance. Well played. Hoshi currently in 3rd, Selfless in 2nd, and Lemon KO sitting at a win streak at 14 HP.
What a time to do it here, but at the same time, Selfless and Hoshi still have some pretty solid teams. This is your podium for your final game here in this IPL 500. Everybody within kill shot. I think there is definitely potential that this next fight is our final one of the day.
Yes, and if I had to guess, Lemon Co. By the way, we watched him being at 8th position on the bubble with his 13 health, I believe. And because I remember this Umber and this Blotto and all of this, and he has by far the most scary looking team here. Yeah, we have Blotto, Arcelion, Umber, and the Ryplants. But he's gonna go up versus the Ghost Army, so let's watch Hoshi versus Lemon Co. right here battle it out.
All right, Lemon Co. for the possible kill shot, or actually either way, it's a possible kill shot on either of these players to possibly win the final game here in this IPL 500. Send-off blasts on both sides, going to find some pretty serious effectiveness. However, the side, or for Lemon Co. rather, it is going to get cut short ever so slightly from the stun coming up there from that Mammoth. But we still, on the red side for Lemon Co., the Umber is still alive, and hell, we've been here many times before. That is going to be Lemon Co. getting the kill shot, and we have ourselves our final battle.
Final battle is gonna be Selfless versus Lemon KO, and it's gonna be a crazy one. Big shout out to Selfless making it again to 2nd place. He didn't even need to go that far, but he still is battling it out for another win. At this point, it's a victory lap for him. Let's see if he can take it, or if the dog, the Umber, the infamous, can take down Selfless and secure the win here for Lemon Co.
We'll have to see. I mean, it's been the tail of the tape so far here in this final. We're seeing Umbers pop off over and over again due to the popularity of Fire. As we see them in the corner, granted they're being kind of focused down ever so slightly, and it is going to end up going down with the big carry down that leaves the door wide open for the 3rd win in this IPL 500 and the overall win on their first appearance. Selfless, congratulations.
Ow, that was crazy. What a way to finish off the tournament here for Selfless, getting another victory, winning 3 games out of the best of 5. Absolutely incredible.
Almost
wowie,
speechless with how incredible that has been. Playing essentially the most contested comp in this one for the final game, but it's not been all Fire they've been playing overall, if I do recall correctly. And yes, let's take a look at that one more time, because yes, there was a lot of eggs once again into the basket of that. Is that an Invoker? Umber.
Oh my. I'm not sure.
I don't recognize that icon on the right-hand side. I know we can't take a look at it now, but is that what's going on? I think that is.
It's a bit too small. It is Invoker. Yes, you're absolutely right. So we have an Invoker Umber. Which might have been the downfall, because Invoker takes some time to stack up, and it wasn't enough. Here the Umber in the corner, right? Didn't take down the Fur Knight, and really needs 2 casts to take down the Fur Knight, and then in the end the Monarch flies down and takes it down very fast.
Yeah, perfect instance there. There was just no backup for the Umber, like you were saying, and the Furiox and Monarch able to turn and burn onto it, and that's one way to shut down the Umber. If it's by itself, while it does have the opportunity, it needs the time to have ramped up, and that was still way too early in that one. But just what an incredible tournament overall. While we might have had the biggest gap in terms of like 1 to 4 and then 5 to 8, there was still plenty of excitement to be had. But now that we see this final score, this is easily the biggest gap that we have ever seen in an IPL. It didn't look like this going into game number 5, but this 3rd win, while having your worst finish be 3rd, is a dominating performance, and I love to see it.
Big shout out to Selfless here, coming into his first grand finals of an IPL and absolutely dominating the competition with probably one of the biggest gaps from first to second that we have ever seen. 3 wins and 2 third places is really incredible. Let's take a look at the others we have here. Hollow at 29 points.
Good day, Hollow. There you go.
Yes, really well played by Hollow. I think this must have been his most earning or yeah, probably, I don't know, second in IPL
finish.
500. I think it is probably his best finish so far. Let's say so. Fishy, our reigning champion, IPL champion, currently been taken down to third place, which is still incredible for him. And then we have Slooper in fourth position, just 1 point shy of Fishy. So very close top 4 here. And then even the bottom 4 were able to pick it up a little bit, and Ohoshi got pretty close to Slooper at this point. 19 points, big gap to 6th place with Lemon KO at 16. Then we have Karabasov, after starting with 2 losses, able to get 7th place. Big shout out to him. And then Frodo in 8th position.
Shout out to Lehman Co. as well. They were last going into that one. But as soon as Frodo got 8th, it's like, wait a second. Okay, this is my opportunity. And they had a fantastic game. Very scary team. Heck, they almost won that one. But came up a little bit short. But in terms of how much they could have earned, they absolutely maximized. Even if they won that lobby, they would not have gotten past Hoshi. So a 6th place pricing compared to 8th, I'll absolutely take that.
Absolutely. That's really well played. Yeah, both of these players right here, they lost 2 rounds and then 6th and 5th one time. And then they really were able to step up in the 5th game when it matters. So big shout out to them. But yeah, the biggest shout out definitely goes to the Guild and specifically to Selfless right here, gapping his coach and just showing everyone why he has been a TFT pro for the last years. And yeah, I hope we see much more of him. I also hope that this is not going to be the end of the story and other players will step up and contest him. But yeah, as we have seen, Fishy dominate in other tournaments and other players dominate in other tournaments. Now it has been Selfless' turn, and what a game it has been.
And like I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, just like Illuvium as a whole, I still feel like this is just the beginning. There is still so much to be had. We're still a relatively small community, relatively small game. But seeing these TFT pros do well, I know the Illuvium veterans might be a little bit shaken up and a little bit upset, but this is going to mean that in terms of us on the radar for auto battlers in general, we're much more out there now. We're seeing TFT pros learn the game. Yes, it takes them a little bit. It takes them like about a month or so to get it. But once they actually know the Illuvials, they know the teams, and they can actually put the skills that they have as an esports player into fruition, they are dangerous in the arena. And I think that this is just the beginning.
Yes, sir. All right, we are actually going to have all of our top 4 players in an interview. We're going to go into a quick break and going to be right back with that. Go nowhere. This is the best part. All right. We are back here with the player interviews. First up is Slooper from the Guild. And he managed to get 4th place today. Big congratulations, Slooper. How are we doing?
Oh, sorry. I was talking to push it talk.
All good.
1 sec. Hey, guys. It's great to be talking to you the first time. I'm happy overall. I expected a little more, to be honest. But I think I practiced well in the week. I was prepared, but I didn't have the best weapon choice in these 5 games. So overall, I think 4th is a solid final result after these games.
Yeah, definitely. I can hear you. You came in with like big expectations, and you're obviously a very good player. You have even had appearances in TFT Worlds events. I've seen, right?
Yeah, I played 2 World Championships before, and I was 3rd in the first TFT Worlds ever.
Oh wow!
I placed 3rd, and lately, since a year ago, I started to work a little more in the coaching side, especially in the WC. It's the 4v4 format to TFT.
Mm-hmm.
And this year I signed it with Liquid, and VCLF, that is Selfless, is one of my players that won this game. So
yes.
Okay, it's okay. I'm the coach, right? I can't let my player down, so I'm happy that at least he won.
Yeah, that's really cool. Have you guys been practicing a lot together?
Yeah, we started to play Illuvium together, I think a little over a month ago, maybe almost 2 months. And I think we're getting good now. So
it looks like
the guild is coming prepared to the words.
Yes, I love to see it. I saw there was a bunch of other guild players as well. And also hearing that you yourself are quite a formidable TFT pro player, I think it gives a little bit hope to the community, because it wasn't you and Selfless 1st and 2nd. So yeah, there is still we still hope that the Illuvium veterans are gonna be able to compete against you guys.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of good players in Illuvium, and they play a lot of more time than us since a long time ago. But I don't think there's a huge gap. We just learn the things a little faster, I think. So when there's a new patch, I think we can adapt a little faster than maybe some players that do not have this experience. But I think there's pretty good players in the Illuvium. I'm happy that now we're able to fight equally with them.
Yes, no, it's great to see. Congratulations on your 4th place. I think it's great, and congratulations on Guild winning the tournament today, which is definitely also something you can be proud of, I think, as a coach.
Okay, thanks, man.
Thank you. And we'll see you in the next one next weekend, IPL 1000. I'm sure you guys are going to compete for it, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Sweet. Have a good one.
No, absolutely killing it there. And Guild's first appearance in the IPL, and then of course assisting and coaching Selfless to what ends up being victory here today in this tournament. So that's awesome. Good to see.
Yes, really cool to see. A super nice guy, it seems, as well. First time I talked to him. It's definitely not going to be the last time we talk to him. And yeah, I'm looking forward to everything that's going to come with the Guild.
Yeah, it's fun to say, the Guild, but another Guild, of course, that we might have been talking about Guild a lot here today. But another one, of course, that did fantastic here today is Hype, with 2 of their players making it onto the podium. One of them being Fishy, which we'll see in just a couple of moments here. Just, of course, the leader of the IPL as a whole in terms of your IPL points had 420 going into it today, and I believe his 2nd here was their finishing, no, a 3rd today is going to just add so much more. It's not that they're necessarily needing it for their World Championship qualifier, because let's be honest, they've probably got way more than enough. But taking it tournament by tournament, win after win, getting the experience and getting a little prize maybe on the way is definitely quite nice.
Yes, sir. We have him right here. Let's jump over to Fishy. and see how it's doing. Hey, I'm a Fishy. Good to talk to you again. Week after week after week, you seem to dominate these IPLs. Today, it wasn't enough for the win, but third place, very strong, and you're leading the IPL anyway, right?
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this third place. I mean, it's all right.
I think it's all right. It's definitely all right. Especially, like, for example, we just had Slooper on as an interview. He has been competing. He was like third in the first ever TFT World Championship, stuff like this. So you going up against TFT pros and all of that, and like beating him, for example, like that's huge. And yeah, well played.
Yeah, Slooper played really well. And I'm
Yeah.
happy to compete with players like him.
Yeah, it's cool to see. Since you currently have 420 points in the IPL leaderboard, what keeps you motivated? You know you're already qualified for the World Championship. Do you still like just play for fun? Do you play like to increase your paycheck every month in Illuvium?
I'm just really enjoying all these tournaments, and I just get so many emotions when I play these tournaments. So I really enjoy this, and I will always play all these tournaments.
That's cool. So you're not too big all of a sudden for an IPL 250, for example.
Yeah, I'm playing every tournament as strong as I can.
That's awesome. How do you like the meta right now? Do you like the current patch? It has not been too long, I believe.
To be honest, I don't really like this fire meta. I hope it's gonna be nerfed a bit, but I like after every patch that something changes and the game just moving forward.
Yeah. Keeps it fresh. The meta is always nice. And one last thing before I let you go, settle a discussion or a point that we had on the caster's desk. What do you think about 4 Shock being nerfed into the ground just recently?
I don't know. Actually, Shocks wasn't so popular. I don't think that they should nerf Shocks. I mean, we have Moods who is playing every game and so many winnings. I think much stronger than Shocks, and we don't have to nerf Shocks, but it's all right.
Thank you. Exactly. Bring back Shock. That's all we want, and we're gonna maybe do a petition. The good thing is with Illuvium that the developers listen to the feedback of the community. Like maybe more people, for example, are in agreement, and oftentimes stuff gets changed because of that. I think you also have like submitted feedback, and the developers have acted on it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Well, I'm a Fishy. Great job, great game, and I'm sure we'll see you in the next week in the IPL 1000. And let's see if you can take it one more time.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Congrats to Selfless. That was an amazing tournament. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so how much do I have to slip yet to cover up for the Shock propaganda in there? But thank you. But again, I'm a Fishy, just on an absolute tear this entire season. And I'm thankful to see that they've got the mindset of playing just because they're enjoying themselves. Like the emotion they get as a competitor, it's what we love to see. It's not all about the points. It's not all about the prizing. They're absolutely killing it here. But of course, they were not the only hype here on the podium, doing fantastic today. And I'm so happy to see them here because I know I might have predicted them to fall early, but I am so happy to be wrong. We have Hollow Hype here with us in just a moment.
Yes, sir. Hello, Hollow. Glad to see you for the first time here in the interview, and congratulations to your amazing performance. Second place here in the IPL 500.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank
How you feel? You happy?
I mean, it's fine, yeah.
You expected to win? You had bigger expectations, or did you see Selfless?
No. I'm just saving for Worlds.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you are pretty much in the mix if you just kind of participate in the rest of the 500s and thousands. You're surely gonna have enough points, right?
I mean, I think I already do, even if I
Okay.
don't. But it's not like I'm not gonna play anyway. So
Yeah, that's great. Second place must feel good. How do you like the meta right now? Do you like it, the recent patch, or do you like the new fire meta?
I'm gonna need another tournament. Maybe I don't like the fire meta. It might just be too broken. If it's not, then turns out I'm wrong. It might be a good meta. But like, it's really bad that fire contests 4 comps, so it just turns games into clown fiestas.
Yeah, and as a side effect, it also has kind of buff the Umber, which is water. It feels like, at least. Like, Umber has been very dominant today, right?
Honestly, that's an upside, because water was kind of bad. So if it's playable, at least it's one other comp.
Yeah,
that's playable.
I guess nature is right now more at the receiving end, which is counted so much by mud and fire, which is so dominant at the moment.
Oh, we never know. Maybe they break nature next patch.
Yeah, we'll see. At all cases, it's nice to keep it interesting. So, we have said something up here against you, and you have proven us very wrong. And we have seen that you perform really well overall and top player in ranked, but sometimes you choke on the big stage and don't get into the finals. Has there been something different this time, that you were just able to really play consistently up to the grand finals, and then in the grand finals also just perform this good?
Well, probably best of 3 compared to best of 2 helped a lot.
Yeah.
Because you take a 6th in a best of 2 and you're out. So
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's less
and also,
polarizing.
like, I had really good RNG. I wasn't contested except last game. So yeah, sometimes that's just if the game wants you to win, you win. If the game wants you to lose, you lose. So
yeah, that can happen, definitely. But as a counterpoint to this, today we saw that the top 4 players, except for the last game, were like top 4 every single game, right? It was the top 4 and the bottom 4, there was a huge gap between them. You could say.
Yeah, I don't think the bot 4 tried to play fire. Might be the problem.
Okay, yeah. Might be a wrong read on the meta. But yeah, it was really cool to see that you, Amafishy, Slooper, and Selfless, you really dominated all games and you were playing against each other. But then in the last game, all 3 of you except Selfless dropped out bottom 4 for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it was everyone was contesting except Fishy, but Fishy didn't hit. So
yeah,
and Selfless somehow just hit the best out of the fire guys. And he just, I mean, it was standing wise, it was over anyway by like round 25 or something when Fishy dropped out.
Yeah.
And then the game didn't really matter.
True. Last question before I let you go. Do you have anything planned with your prize money? Are you going to treat yourself to a nice dinner, something like that?
I don't know. I'm just gonna eat for like 2-3 months with it, and that's about it.
Sounds about right. Sounds good. Well, Holo, congratulations for your great tournament performance, and I'm sure we see you also in the next IPL 1000 again.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Well, definitely, without question, with fire being so predominant, we did see lots of contesting and a lot of, well, clown fiestas, I guess, as Holo put it there. When you have 4 people all going for the same thing, and it forces just random spin-offs of the same composition, it can be quite difficult. And some might say the RNG is not necessarily in your favor, but what you can do is just play anyway, adapt, and somehow you manage to find yourself on the podium in every single damn game of this tournament, as our winner did here in this tournament, as we have Selfless right around the corner.
Yes, sir. Selfless, definitely incredible how strong they played today and stepped up. And yes, we have the interview right here. Hello, Selfless from Guild. Congratulations on winning your first IPL tournament, and it's an IPL 500 as well. Congrats.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? You feeling good about it?
Yeah, I'm really hungry right now, but I'm also really happy.
Hungry and happy.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It has been a long day. 5 games in a row. Yesterday as well, 9 games. Do you prepare in a special way for this? Like, do you try to maybe fast before to have a clear mind or stuff like that?
It's because right now it's lunchtime in Brazil, so I
Mm.
haven't. I ate breakfast, but it was a long time ago.
Oh, true.
But I prepare like on Friday with my other guild members, and yeah, after the games we talk, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, you completely crushed today's game, man. That was really cool to see. We spectated you a lot because we wanted to know how you do it, how you play so good. You just built different. It feels like you have been a TFT pro player, right? So you are used to tournaments and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I compete in TFT almost 4 years now.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of experience.
And you have been at the World Championship as well, I believe, at the how's it called, the Esports World Cup as well, right? That's huge.
Yeah.
And now just coming in and showing the Illuvium veterans what it is like. Do you think you're gonna have a good chance next week at the IPL 1000? You're gonna compete in there?
I'm going to play it, and I think if it is the same patch, I am very confident. If the meta changes, then we'll have to see.
Yeah, that makes sense. It seems like you have been very good at adapting to the new patch. Do you like the fire and playing around that a little bit more? But I've also seen you play a lot of water, right? So it's not only fire that you've been playing.
Yeah, I really like water. Dash is probably my favorite Ludo. But obviously fire weapons are the strongest right now. So I try to click on them as much as possible. And yeah, that's what I did today.
That's awesome. That's really cool to hear. So it's got, I think, first place, $1,500 you take away today. Next week, if you win, it would be $7,000, and then World Championship, way more. Do you have anything planned to celebrate your victory today? Are you gonna go out, treat yourself to a nice dinner or something like that?
I'm not going out, but me and the other guild players are going to play Valorant together, so that's gonna be fun.
Hell yeah, that is great.
Maybe I can go out to dinner or something, but not sure.
Yeah, for sure. Always good to celebrate and take it a bit easy and have a good time with your guild mates. You guys have been obviously practicing a lot together, and it must feel really cool that all this hard work pays off, and you and Slooper performing that good in this tournament here.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all. Well, thank you so much for showing us such good gameplay and for coming on for an interview. Congratulations for your dominating victory. Really cool to see, and I'm sure we're gonna see you in the next IPL next week again.
Thank you for asking as well.
Thank you. All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Once again, just congratulations to Self. It was an absolute clinic here today in the IPL 500, and awesome to see him be able to pull that off on their first IPL finals appearance. And then once again, I do not feel as bad by constantly getting wrecked by him every single time I see him unranked. But
yes,
I'm also happy to hear that they're celebrating with the team, even just outside of the game itself. And that's good. I'm glad that they're spreading it together.
That's really cool to hear because yeah, that's what it's all about, right? Enjoying the wins and really like, yeah, not getting lost in the competitiveness and today already training for next week or something, but really taking a moment and appreciating the win and your team and everything. That sounds really cool. Like the guild sounds like a great bunch of people. All the interviews I think were really great today. I'm always pleasantly surprised how amazing the community members are once you talk to them and how very likable personalities are everywhere here in our competitive players.
Absolutely, 100%. Knowing it's not just the player and the username or the Illuvitar, but the player actually behind all of that, piloting it. And at the end of the day, they're human just like us. They could absolutely make just as many mistakes, but they're also just popping off exactly like that. They might still be human, but yes, they are built a little bit.
It feels like they are built a little bit different when I've been watching the games today. It has been some excellent, outstanding gameplay. I'm really excited for next week, where we're going to have the IPL 1000 right here, same time. Also Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have our live streams, and Friday is going to be the open qualifiers. So I hope to see you all there. Thank you goes out to all the viewers, to all the contestants. Thank you goes out to the Illuvium team for making this amazing game. And a big shout out also goes out to our back end team, our admins in the back, who are doing such an incredible job. Also today with technical difficulties, Quant, Erika, and Tholki. Big shout out to you guys. And with that, we are gonna call it. Thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you had fun, and we'll see you next week again with even more action. And also Caveman is gonna be back, I believe, with the IPL 1000 on Saturday and Sunday. Until then, take care, have a good one, and we'll see you.